sure everything's in place. Let's see. Make sure. And stream. Okay, it's on. Let's go. I technically don't need this. Here. Profile. Okay. Always do that later. It's here. Put this over here. Alright, let's see how that looks. Pretty good. Alright, so let's get this already started. Main focus. Got this. Right here. Oh, I forgot Caster Labs. Okay. Team. Okay. Alright, that's taken out. Okay, here. No, I know it says speak, but
Adrian said, huh?
hello. Let me see. From Matthew. Read out loud. I wish I could make that really specific. Why is it not responding? Oh, this thing is really... Come on, stop being a piece of shit. I hate you, Caster Labs, I swear to God. This thing doesn't want to work. Stupid fucking... Okay, let me try again. I hate Caster Labs. Okay, let's try this again. He's doing the most just to be an ass. Sketch for team members. Wow, this thing is really broken. What the fuck is wrong with this thing? Okay. Why are you casted last? Turn you off. Damn. Okay, that's gone. Okay, let's do this again. Let's go to Caster Labs. So yeah, I can hear you guys when you speak. Okay, load up. Really? Okay, there we go. All settings. Okay, now this is where shuffle now view. Kick. We need to. I don't give a shit about kick. Use color streaming platform. Color by streaming platform. Okay. Show timestamps. Show. Show activities. Follow subs, etc. TI voice. Ding volume. Don't know what it is. Text size. Don't care about that. When message coming in. Read out loud.
Adrian sagde til.
Okay, hello Adrian. 1 second. Ivy instead. Okay. I wish I can put a setting where it's only subs. Use alternate. Only subs can get to be heard. That would be nice. It gives people more incentive to talk. Alright, let's get this party started. Alright, let me get the music. Party music.
Virus said sub JR.
What up, JR? What's up, bro? Let me see here. Okay. Alright, so today we have a specific objective. I didn't say this yet on TikTok. Well, no, I'll say on TikTok and think at the same time.
JR said just multitasking.
I got you, bro. Do your thing, bro. Oh, my eye. Okay, so today we're going to see how many team members we can pull on TikTok. We'll see how that goes. It only takes 1 coin to be a team member, but we'll see how that works. Alright, let's play this. Now, what I'm going to do, instead of just drawing random poses, we're going to make poses out of, like, headshots. Maybe that'll be fun. So we can see where it goes. Get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to get lost inside my thoughts, and when I and then if that doesn't work, we'll get lost inside. Maybe if that doesn't work, we can probably just do like some reactionary videos, like anti-woke stuff and
Processor, T-Rex, said draw some weapons.
Stuff that's going on in the we call it the gaming industry. Let me see. Move this. Okay. Let's see. All right, everything's in check. Let me see the chat. Okay. All right, let's do it. Play it. I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, burns out on the brink. Like someone clipped my wings. I jump for the ground. Can we stop eternity?
Digisimple just followed. VAMP said hi.
Hold on. How the fuck? How is that? I'm going to waste. To let go. Hello. Huh.
Isabella Barden said hi.
Hello. Oh, I just realized.
Isabella Barden said, how are you?
I am well. Hold on. I just realized. Okay. Okay, so I may have to. Okay, I will have to disconnect TikTok because it's not gonna work if I do that. Okay, so let me see. I just realized what. Okay, go to chat. Okay, sets, dashboard, chatbot, widgets, alerts. No, doc settings, accounts. Need to disconnect because it's not gonna work if I allow that to happen. Okay. All right, so there we go. All right, so today we have an objective today. So today's objective is to get as many team members today. To become a team member, you gotta drop 1 coin. And for every coin, I'll do a new sketch. I think that's fair. It's literally 1 coin to become a team member. We need team members. Apparently TikTok has bothered me enough for that. So we're gonna do that today. And as I'm doing that, we're gonna start doing a headshot and make it into a pose. And when you become a team member, you get talking rights. So if you're a regular schmo, you don't get talking rights. When I mean talking rights, that means hearing your chat be said.
Thank you, Wesley, for sending 1x heart.
Thank you, I appreciate it. So you get to talk. Now you get to talk throughout the whole stream. Let's go! As a team member. So anyone's a team member gets to talk. Get their speaking rights. Okay, let me see there. So I'm gonna make this something like that. Face this curve like this. There we go. Hello. If you want your comment to be read out, you have to become a team member. It's 1 coin. On TikTok. And that's how it goes. Oh, go back to YouTube. There you go. Alright, I just fixed the thing for you guys. There we go. Let me see. Better yet, let me go to the sound. There we go. It's not that loud. There we go. Alright, put the neck here. Put the breast back here. Let me see here. Like that. So we're making a. How are you doing? I'm doing well. Right now we're doing something different, a little different. First, we need team members.
Thank you, Brandon, for sending 1 by 2025.
We're getting team members, and that's the focus. So for you to get your chat, your comment to be read out for the rest of the stream, you have to become a team member. Or mod, but then again, mods don't really technically count here because I'm not going to make people mods. So become a team member and get your name set out. I mean, set name and your comment read out. Can't speak today. So what we're going to do alongside that is that we're going to take headshots and make them into new poses. It's improvising at its best. So I'm making her a little more sassier here. The arms like this, like that. I think the head is a little weird, so we're going to fix that a little bit. Grab the head. Turn it like this. I think about there. Like that. I think this feels right. Okay, and then curve it like this. Okay. Now we're gonna clean that up, make it look better based on what we're seeing here. Got the main concept. Yeah, we put the shoulder down. Yeah, how are you doing with the that game? You said you was working on a game, right? How's that going? There we go, put it on the side. Like that, put the breast about here. And put it curvature like this. There we go. Let's see here.
I love Latinas said hello, it's me.
You want a game today? We'll see. That really depends on how today goes, because today, if you want to... Today we're going to be focusing on getting team members today on TikTok, so for those who don't know, we're going to be getting team members. So for you to become a team member, it costs 1 coin to be a team member. And if you become a team member, a cool sound will go off for those who are big fans of Marvel Rivals. Let me see here. Like that. Shoulders like that. Like that. Let me see. Twitch says no words. Yep, Twitch says no words. I turned that off.
Thank you, Beanbag, for sending 1x heartbeat.
That's. I think. Well, we still got 9. We gotta get past 10. We need more teammates. We need new teammates, and for every teammate, I'll do a new drawing. I think he was already a team member. I think yeah, you were a team member. We need brand new team members. Become a team member now. We need team members. I have been one already. Yep, ones that don't count. And I think you already can talk too, because you're a mod. Let me see.
Thank you, Beanbag, for sending 1x hard pop.
Thank you. Hold on. Let me put this here.
Oh my god, it's corn.
Thank you, Beanbag, for sending 1x's corn.
Say hello real quick, Bean.
Beanbag says hi.
Okay, now it does read your stuff. Okay, I was like, why is... Oh, it wasn't for a split second. I was like, what the hell? Let me see. 16. go. Go. So today, if you want your thing to be read out, you have to become a team member. It's literally 1 coin. Become a team member now.
Thank you, Jolly,
Ah!
for sending 1x heart.
Here again! Let me hear that again. Let me turn it down. Yeah. I just heard it. Hold up. Bro, what the fuck? You need to turn it down turn it down like this, and then turn it up like this. Okay, there you go. Like that. There we go. Push that over here. Pull it over here. There we go. Alright. Like that.
Thank you, Brandon, for sending 1x heart me.
Yee. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Revive. 1 heart me. Oh, we got 1 heart me. That's new. Oh my god, Brand, you get to talk. You get talking rights and all that stuff. Let's go. So you can say hello and it'll read out your channel, your comment. Okay, let me see. Okay, let me see. It didn't make that noise. Hold up. I wanted it to be a different noise. It must be twice. It was the 1 heart me, right? Travel with you. Oh, that's why it says. Okay. There we go. That's why. Okay. Yeah, the 1 heart me. The 1 heart me. That was it. The heart me one. I fixed it. So you can hear the actual sound that pops up. Thank you for that. We got.
Oh my god, it's corn.
Thank you, Brandon, for sending 1x it's corn.
Other gifts do not work. If you want your.
Thank you, Jolly Ansha, for the TikTok sub.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon, for sending the X hard puff.
Have you seen my sock?
Why a sock?
This sock.
No.
Okay.
Okay, there we go. And then we'll put the breast spot here. There we go. And then what we'll do. Oop. I gotta fix the head. And then we'll do that. Okay, like that. Put the head about here. Right here. Like that. Hair, come on. Like that. There we go. Oh, it doesn't work if you become a sub either. You have to be a team member. We need 10 members. Sending gifts does not make you get the sound. Get you to have talking rights. You gotta be a team member. You gotta give 1 coin. It's literally worth 1 coin. That's like one of those heart things. Or the cupcakes. I don't remember. Become a team member. Literally 1 coin. And then you get the talking rights. Because TikTok's been bothering me to do this for the longest while, so I'm giving it a try for once. Let's see like that. The mouth about here. And then make the eyes about here.
JR asks, am I having a stroke or did you spell drawing?
Hmm? What? What are you talking about? That, mouth, that, and then we'll put in the key. Like that.
JR said draw with Monday Sparkles emoji 7.
Oh, the title? Oh, maybe it's just a typo. Okay, like that. That. That's one. There we go. And then we can move her down. So we built off a new pose just off the headshot. So that's amazing. So we'll do another headshot and build it off from there as well. So that's one. So what we're doing is improvising based on just a piece of context. So we can just build off from that. So we're going to the next one. Oop. What the? Fucking. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's find another one. Find another headshot. Let me see. Pins. Okay. Okay, back to this. Let's go up and find something that's worth. It has to be good. It can't be like. Okay, like this one. It can work with this one. Or something like that. So we'll do this one. Alright, so. Like that. Heads like this. Cheese it like that. That for now. Like that. Like that. Hey, for you guys to get talking rights, you have to become a team member. That costs 1 coin. 1 coin to be a team member, get your thing read out on TikTok. What am I supposed to do? There we go. Or talking rights. It's when you guys get the talk and it reads out your chat into Scream. Might as well monetize that as best as I can. No, I'm not telling you to be a subscriber or anything. You just have to give 1 coin.
Honey Bunny, Rabbit, said that looks great.
Thank you. Just like that. There we go. Thank you, Honey Bunny. I appreciate it. Okay, now.
Roses and roses, baby. Thank you, Jolly Ancha, for sending 1x rose.
Let's see. Thank you for the rose. Okay. sky. Let's see if I can make something out of this.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go.
Jolly Ancha says test.
Okay. Hold on, who's still on that? Okay, let's see. Who's level 2? Okay. Add a sticker. I can add a sticker? Oh, snap, it adds a sticker. It says contract. Is it? Ah, that's cool. Didn't know that was a thing. Where do I put this? Just at the top? Why would I put that there? Oh, that's congratulations to someone who became a. Ah, okay, that's kind of cool. Your members count as a. Been being updated. Interesting. Frequently asked questions. You're a team member, Ari. You get talking with.
I'm a dinosaur!
Hey, so I still got those up there? Oh my god. Okay, like that. Now the lower half of the body is a little bit too small, so we need to fix that real quick. Like that. Let me pull it down a little bit. It's a little too small, our body feels weird. So let me pull this up a little bit more. There we go. Give that admin some space, like that. Okay. And then push it up a little more. Let's say. Hey, what's up, Jack? Jack, if you want talking rights, as in like get to hear your comment be read out for the rest of the stream, you gotta become a team member. To become a team member, you give 1 coin to the team heart me thing. It's not a random gift. You have to be a team heart me. So if you want to get your thing read out, you have to do the heart me one. Cupcakes and all those other gifts does not matter. It does not work with the other gifts. You have to go with a team member. The heart me one. It looks like a heart with a crown over his head. It's heart me. If you want your chat to be read out for the rest of the streams, it's better than being a sub anyway, I would say, on TikTok. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm thinking Miku, yo. Okay, thanks for letting me know that. No problem. TikTok has been harassing me for the longest while to get team members, so I don't know what that's actually about. So we're gonna try to get some team members today. And when you become a team member, a cool sound will go off. It's so cool. Right here and then. Like that. The legs are a little too chunky in my opinion, but we'll go with it anyway. Go to hair like this. I think the shoulders a little bit like this.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, hair like that. Like that. Let's see. Like that. Good job, thank you. Like that. Okay. Okay, the hair will be up like this. Like that. Okay. She's wearing let's see. Yeah, I guess this will be fine. It'll be a onesie, a one piece. Fuck it, why not? I was gonna make it into a shirt, but fuck it, why not? I think I'm gonna make the shoulders rounded enough. There we go. Move this out of the way now. Kind of be about here. Okay. There we go. I'll move her over here. Right. Okay. Alright, let's do the next one. Let's see. Let's do another headshot. Do another one. Another headshot. Okay, so this one is gonna be like this. Right, so what we're doing, we're making new poses out of every headshot. So it's like we make our own contextual headshot. Poses out of the headshot. So it's like starting off a sentence and making up something as we go.
Yes, I agree.
It's a great technique to use, or at least exercise to do if you're trying. It forces you to build a pose without using any form of reference. The reference is from one piece of reference, and you make a whole new piece. So, like this. that. Next is like that. And then what we'll do, okay. Have this leg about here. Okay. Try and make sense out of this. Okay. Like
Lulu the cat said hi.
hello, Luna Cat. What's going on? How's life going? Oh my god, you are the... Okay, the shoulder's a little too non-existent, so we're gonna fix that. Put the hands about here. Put the breast about here. Or something. Do you indulge in COD? No.
Lulu the cat said all good, just bored.
Let's see here. Just all good, just bored. Okay, so what brings you to the stream today? Bored person. Let's see. Okay. Now we're gonna fix this a little bit. The neck's a little bit too wide. That's kind of weird. So I'm gonna fix that. Okay. Put the arms about here. The crotch is about here. So what? Actually, yeah, the crotch is about here.
Lulu the cat said I like watching people draw. It's relaxing and especially cause I'm trying to learn AnimeArt.
Ah, I gotcha. I guess you're in the right place then. So right now we're doing an exercise of contextual drawing. So we're doing contextual drawing by taking context of something and making it brand new. Like this. Okay. Now I'm gonna clean it up a little bit because it's a little too messy. So we're gonna zoom in and we're gonna do our best to clean and do a better job that we had before. So I'm gonna be very light. I'm not gonna be chicken scratching my way through. I'm gonna do it very lightly. Make sure everything's in contextual placement. That. The breast is gonna come down here. Okay. There we go. Right there. Okay. Okay, there we go. Pretty good, pretty good. And get the arm. Crotch is about here. So I'm gonna elbow is about here, so this elbow is about here. There we go. Log on my ADHD went nuts again. Did it now. You're very good at drawing. Thank you. For those who don't know, if you want your chats to be read out on
Jolyon just says yes.
if you want your stuff to be read out, you have to become a team member, and it costs 1 coin, and all you have to do is literally give a heart me, and it'll play a Marvel Rivals sound effect. That's how we'll know that you're part of it, part of the team. Okay, put the hands about here. Put it like that. Actually, put a little bit more emphasis here. That. Okay. Oop, made a bit of a mistake there on the lower half. Okay. Like that. Stops about here. Or I will say about here. Get that correct. That. Oop. Okay. Get to the feet last. Like that. Okay, trying to get this right. How long have you been drawing like that? I recently just got to this point, I believe. I will say more calmly on how to do it. But I've been drawing since I was 6. Okay. Okay, like that. Put the hand about here. And then the other hand, well, she's kind of shy, so we're going to make her more like a shy, standoffish placement. Okay, there we go. Oops, we don't want all that chicken scratching. We don't want that. Trying to get this angle correct. Okay, there we go. Seeing less of this foot. Okay. Fix that. I want the foot to look this way. Like that. There we go. Now I gotta fix this part here. Okay, let's clean up. Butt's looking a little weird, so we're gonna fix that too again. It's always this angle that always gets me. Okay. I think this leg is a little bit too inwards, so what you need to do is probably push it more back or make it smaller. Okay, so we'll make it smaller. No, it wouldn't make much sense, so we'll put it right here. Okay. Hello, Bri. Yes, Pinterest. Okay, the leg, I would say about this. Like that. See here. Do not like this song. It's an annoying ass song. Hold on. Most of the songs I don't really like, but they're from YouTube, so I have to listen to them, which is sad. Alright. Let's see here. Okay. Like that. And then we'll put like this. Alright.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Okay, now I'm gonna get rid of this. Go. Okay. Neck is still too wide. Okay, and then we'll grab this.
Yes, I agree.
Let's say about, put it about here. So I think it's too clunked in. Because it was like here. Or something like that, it'll be like. That. Like that. Yeah, it's like you're making it better than the picture. Good job. So the point of the exercise is we're using contextual drawing. So we're using context based on the headshot and making a whole new pose of the headshot. That's the point of it. It's an improv type thing. So like say like you run into a situation where you just made a mistake, and then instead of just erasing it, you can just like work with what you have and make something new out of it based on your visual library or whatever. And then even if it doesn't look perfect, the point is that the point of the effort is to improve based on what you're trying to like do based on just improvisation. It's not actually has to be supposed to be perfect, but at least it puts you in more of a mindset of like if you run into something that seems like difficult, you can pull something out of nothing. If that makes sense. Fix the eyes. That's the point of it. It's not supposed to be perfect. It's just supposed to be. It's supposed to be the idea of just that you know you can pull something out of nothing on this.
Thank you, Andre, for sending 1x Heart Me.
Let's go! We got another heart. Let's go. That's 11. That's 11! Let's go! Thank you for that. We got our... Again! You actually heard the Winter Soldier just scream that out. So for everyone who becomes a team member, you get to say again.
Roses of roses, baby.
It only costs 1 coin.
Roses of roses, baby.
You gotta be 1 coin to become...
Thank you, Meowtech, for sending 2x Rose.
You gotta send a Heart Me. Only Heart Me's work, so you can get talking privileges. And when you get talking privileges, that means whenever you speak or say anything, it'll be read out into the chat. It costs 1 coin.
Thank you, Meowtech, for sending 1x Heart Me.
Again! Let's go. We got 12.
Thank you, Andre, for sending 5x Finger Heart.
Thank you.
Cheers, love. The cavalry's here. Cheers, love. The cavalry's here.
Thank you.
Armed with a sandwich.
Oh, you got sandwiches? We have bread?
I got hot dog bread.
Okay.
Make this thing.
Huh. Okay. So you have to send a literal Heart Me to get that privilege. Now I gotta fix her eyes. This is kind of weird. So let me fix them real quick.
I found my socks.
Okay. Glorious day. Let me fix her face a little bit. They can hear you.
It's a fan.
No, they can hear you.
Fan.
Okay.
Shut up.
Let's see here. Turn that. Let me fix the eyes. Make it closer up. Let's fix it a little bit. Okay, like that. Then that. Like that. Like that. Okay. That. Now this eye is a little bit too high up, as you can see. Too high up! Okay, and then we're gonna fix it real quick. So I'll put it like that. Okay. Grab that. Oh, that. There we go.
Yes, I agree.
There we go.
Yes, I agree.
All right. Oops. All right. Let's do different headshots. Okay, this goes on the very top. So I know it. Let's make some room. Like that. Let's get another headshot. Let's see, I can find something. Let's go with this one. Oh wait, this one. I like this one. Okay, let's do it. Let's turn these down. Okay. All right. Okay, like a head like that. Okay, like that. That. Okay, and now what we're gonna do, first, let's fix the head a little bit before I start. Okay, head's tilted. That's the point. Because there's a tilt on the head a little bit. Not a lot, but here. I'm gonna make a line through. Better yet, let's go back. Grab this. Sausage. Okay, let's is that Gojo? Yes, it's Gojo. Let's see here. Let's see here.
Yes, I agree.
Let's see here. Let me make something like this. Like that. Let me break it down. Let's see here. Okay. Now, for those who don't know, if you want to get your text read out into stream, you have to become a team member. It costs 1 coin, and for you to get that is to buy the Heart Me coin. It's literally 1 coin, And then you can hear whatever you want to say, whether it's memeing or trolling or fuck, it don't matter. Okay, that's that. That. Okay, there we go. Just like that.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, made a mistake there. There we go. Okay. Okay, just like that. What's the end goal of the full? What is the end goal here? Draw a full character. Nope. The end goal is an exercise of contextual drawing. So we take a headshot and we make a whole pose of it. That's it. Oh, I'll put it like this. Put the shoulder like that. Put the hand on the hip or something. Yeah, that makes more sense. Let's see. Hello. About nice. I have zero ability to draw, but no proportions are important. Yep. Let's see here. Hand, crotch area. Actually, better yet, I'll put the other hand on. I'll put on the hip waist as well. So our shoulders going down this way, and then so we can put the hand about here. I think about that. Nah, doesn't look about right. Looks kind of forced. It doesn't feel well with the gesture. I think it was better with the one arm down. Yeah, that's fine, but we need to make it right. The crunch here, the hand's about here. I actually would put hand here. Okay. Then wrap this around here.
Barris said gotta learn mine too. I gotta find my sources.
How do you do and use construction of body like so easy? It's overall practice and mind and what do you call it? It's overall practice and muscle memory. I gotta learn mine too. I gotta find sources. Yes, you got to. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Press is too strong. I'm gonna put it. There we go. And then fix that upper half here. Because they're not rounded like that. Like that. Okay, now what we're gonna do, put this in here. Get rid of these. Oh, put that back. Get rid of these for now. Get rid of these for now, and then make this smaller. Okay. And then we're going to turn that down, and we're going to make whatever changes and make it a lot more easier to read. Oops. Okay. Or something like that. Just practice. That's what you guys are watching me do. I'm doing my practice. So I'm doing a new exercise. Into your eye. Actually, I'll do the arms right here, and then still feels kind of off, but okay, let me get this. There we go. Just gotta practice. That's all you need to do. Alright, let me pull this down. Okay, like that. And then wrap that around here. And then here. There. And then we will this part. Okay. Go. Maybe I'll try some days, try something new. I like yours draws too. Thank you. Let me see. I'm so tired. Like, let me play some actual like.
Yes, I agree.
Cyrus said brothers finna get the JJK fans with this one.
Right?
Yes, I agree.
That sounds pew pew. What is that? It's when someone hits the like more than 50 times or 100 times, I think. I don't remember the numbers, either between 50 or 100, and it makes a pew sound. If you want your chat to be read out into stream,
Yes, I agree.
you have to send 1 coin as a heart me. A heart me coin. It does not work with roses. It has to be a heart me. And it will make a sound, and the sound will make a more rival sound effect.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Okay, like that. Hold on.
Eat roses and roses, baby.
Thank you, Isami, for sending 1x rose. Thank you, Isami, for sending 1x crystal rose.
It doesn't work. If you want to get your comments to be read out, you have to send a heart me. Gotta be a heart me if that's what you want. Be part of the team, and then you get to talking rights. So every time you speak, it'll be read out by Rocket. Okay, let's see like that. Hold on.
Cyrus said y'all gotta be part of gang if you wanna be heard.
Thank you for sending 1x heart me.
There you go. Now you can actually, and it says again. There we go. Now you can get that read out. So whenever you say something, it'll be read out to you. Let me see.
Eat roses and roses, baby.
Thank you, Isami, for sending 1x rose.
Gotta send a heart.
Eat roses and roses, baby. Eat roses and roses, baby. Eat
Thank you
roses
for sending
and roses,
7
baby.
by rose.
Okay,
Eat
let's see.
roses and roses, baby. Eat roses and roses, baby. Eat roses and roses, baby.
Roses on roses.
Eat
Let's
roses
Yes, I
and
agree.
roses, baby.
see here. Let me see. Then we make the head. I'll fix the brass in a little bit. Oh, what the hell? I clicked the thing from accident. Okay. Let's see here. Like that. Face is a little bit too far off. So you grab that, push that in a little bit. There we go. We don't want it too far off from the
Yes, I
reference
agree.
that we have here. Okay. Thing for the follow. If you want your comment to be read out, must send a heart me. Must send 1 heart me. It's worth 1 coin. It's equivalent to that of a rose.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, you only get the talking if you send a heart me. Okay, like that. Face like this. Like that.
More small cave says me.
Meep. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, Moral.
Eat roses, baby.
Thank you, I. Ascending 1x rose.
Thank you for the rose. But if you want your comment to be read out, you have to send a
Yes, I agree.
heart me. Let's see here. It's the thing with the heart with the crown on his head with a face. Oops. Oh, this was a mistake. Okay. Make the hair. Very up. Even push more on this.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, like that. There we go. First gift. Okay, like that. Trying to finish some editing since I got CapCut. Okay. Get the editing done. Okay, like that. Like that. Curve it like this. Okay. Okay, like that. Just gotta play it again? I hope it's not the same thing 3 times. I swear I'm gonna be so annoyed by this. Okay, no, it's not the same thing. Okay. It's gonna change, okay. I'm not gonna play that over and over again. That's gonna get annoying. Okay, so let's play like that. Okay. Make the hair like that.
Yes, I
Make
agree.
the hair go like this. Now, where I messed up is made the cheeks a little bit, I made the face a little too elongated. So I'm gonna grab this. Erase this. There we go. About there.
Yes, I agree.
There we go. Made the mouth a little bit too close to the face. Pull it down a little bit. Okay. There we go. That easy. Now, remember, the point of this is not trying to make a character or anything. The point of this is trying to know to improvise contextually with any type of like body part, or like at least with any positioning, and then make sense of it as we go. So I'm not trying to make a one-on-one comparison completely here, but just give you the context of what we're trying to accomplish. It's an exercise anyone can try. You can try it yourself. Find like a reference.
For sending 1X Rose.
Find a reference and try to make a pose out of a piece of a reference. So this is I'm pretty sure this is an AI drawing, but then again, it doesn't matter if it's AI or not. You can use it, and well, it does matter, because if it's AI, you will have to look for some inconsistencies. So you're just putting an extra layer of work if that matters to you or not.
Yes, I agree.
Because there's a possibility that something doesn't it's not making a lot of consistent sense. But if that's something that doesn't bother you and you want to just see if you can do it, cool. That's just one extra restriction on that makes it more fun. And then, but the point is just we're taking something contextual like this headshot and making a whole pose out of it based on our visual library from our experience of constantly drawing, and see what we need to work on and what we don't. It makes things interesting. Okay, let me see. Now I need to fix the breasts because they look a little too spaced from each other. Okay, fix that part. So what I'm gonna do, maybe, well, let me see if I can do it real quick. I want to see this. Too skinny. So what I'll do is, okay.
Yes, I agree.
Like that.
Thank you, for sending 1X Hard Me.
Thank you. Ah, we got a new team member. Thank you. Thank you, hi. New team member, hi. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Now you can, you have, talking
Yes, I agree.
privileges. So whenever time you speak, you will hear your comment be read out. Let's see here.
Yes, I agree.
Let's see here. Okay, like that. Let's see here. Wrap this around. Actually, no. No, we're not hearing this again. I don't feel like that.
Donuts.
Thank you, Sweet Banana Pie, for sending 1X Donut.
Hello. If you want talking rights, just send a heart maze. Costs 1 coin. One coin. 1 coin. Become you have talking rights and you have 1 coin. So whenever you speak, it'll read out what you have to say. 1 coin. What's the song called before that one?
Thank you, Sweet Banana Pie, for
It's
sending
called
1X Hand Car.
It's called the song before that was called Life in Rio Slaughterhouse. Or I think it was called Funk at the same time. You can put Jujutsu Kaisen
Roses
Funk,
and
you get the
roses,
song.
baby.
Thank you, Gimpy Heart, for sending 1x rose.
Let me get the.
Eat roses and roses, baby.
Yes, I agree.
Roses and roses, baby. Eat roses
Thank
and
you,
roses,
Sweet Banana
baby.
Pie, for sending
Thank you.
5
Thank you.
Roses and roses, baby.
Thank you, Gimpy Heart, for
Roses and
sending
roses,
1x
baby.
rose.
Thank for the roses.
Eat roses and roses, baby.
I appreciate it. Thank you. There we go. Now what we're gonna do? I think the neck's a little bit too long, so I'm gonna grab the head like this, and then make it a bit bigger. Pull it down. Oop. Sorry about that neck.
Virus set in peace, you guys, sensei real.
Let me see. Okay. So you guys want talking privileges, like hear your comments, say out loud if you want to talk. You just gotta send one heart me gift. It's literally 1 coin. It's equivalent to a rose. You be part of the team. We're trying to build a team. There's 14 of us. We're trying to get to
Yes, I
2,000.
agree.
We're trying to get to 2,000 because TikTok keeps harassing me about it. So I give it a try.
Yes, I agree.
Let's see.
Thank you, Gimpy Heart,
Again!
for sending 1x hard me.
There we go. Now we're gonna clean her up one last time because now she looks a lot better than she was before. So we're gonna clean her up. Okay, turn that down. Let's zoom in. I'm gonna use a more thinner line. Actually, I want to use okay, there you go. Okay. Do you remember? Do you draw animals? Yes, I've drawn animals before. Like that. I'm gonna go
Yes,
in.
I agree.
Like that. And then pull this one like this. Now the shoulder shouldn't be that long off. There we go. Go. There we go. Okay. I've drawn animals before. For those who are new members or members that are team members, can you say hello real quick? I want to make sure it's working. So when you guys say hello, it does read out your comments. Hello, hello.
Stemless says hello.
Okay, it's working.
Gimpy Heart says
Hello. Okay, it's working. There you go. I was making sure because I feel like it was not working. So yeah, there you go. You guys can have your comments being read out. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's see. Oops. Okay, grab this part. Okay. Let's see. That. Okay, like that. It didn't work. Let me see, I got here at the best time. It didn't work, say hello. Level 2. Oh, Gem reached member level 2 in your team. That's cool. That's actually really cool. Oop. Sorry about that. Okay, right here. Are you choosing a pick? No, I'm mid-tracing my sketch. Hello.
Empty
Yes, I
heart
agree.
says test.
It works.
Thank you, Bourbon Sauce, for sending 1x Heart.
Okay, we got 16 members. Let's go. Okay, cool.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, let's see.
Eat roses and
Yes,
roses,
I agree.
baby.
Thank you, buyers.
Thank you, Bourbon Sauce, for sending 1x Rose.
Thank you so much, Bourbon. I appreciate it. Okay, like that.
Yes, I agree.
Clip Studio Paint. There we go. 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 If you guys want your comment to be read out, you have to be a member, and to become a member, you send 1 Heart Me coin. You have to send a 1 Heart Me coin to become a member.
Yes, I agree.
I think that's Lincoln Park. That. Oops, made a mistake there. Yeah, that's Lincoln Park. Okay, let me see. All right. Delete this. And then we'll do.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, there we go.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Okay, like that. I think that's right. And there we go. Alright, let's get the legs here. Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, there we go. Sometimes this talks. Blood in the water.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
There we go.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
That's sick. Okay, there we go. So if you guys want talking rights, you have to, or want to hear your thing be written out, you have to send a heart me. A heart me. It's literally one coin. It's equivalent of a rose. Roses and any other gifts will not work. if you want your stuff to be read out. What's the song? Blood in the Water. Literally in the song. Song name is from Blood in the Water. Okay, back this up. Fix the eyes, it looks a little weird. Okay, there you go. There we go. Clips of your paint. L song, bro. Alright, then that's not my, not like I put it up there. DNA. Okay, like that. Alright. Hello, Deku, what's going on, bro?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Eyes are a little bit too wonked, so we need to push it in a little bit more, like this. Let me see here. I usually give my tips to my students. To become a student, you gotta go to buy me a coffee. Link in bio. Poison. What is the code for the brush you are using? It's in the program itself. There's no code. It's the defaulted. I don't use special brushes when I'm on stream. These are defaulted brushes in the program itself. It's literally a crayon. Maybe, I don't know. I can't tell you. This is in the thing, so you gotta go look for that for yourself. Sorry. I'm pretty sure you type in crayon brush, you'll find something, because this was already in the program. Okay, go up here. That. Okay. The ear about here. The mouth smaller.
Yes, I agree.
My enemy.
Yes, I agree.
Your words up on the wall, if you're praying for my phone, and the laughter in the halls, and the names that I was called. I stack it in my mind, and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be whispered in the mind.
There we go. You're drawing, listening to music,
Yes,
and
I
watching
agree.
Demon Slayer. I am not watching Demon Slayer. You are watching Demon Slayer. I am not. Okay, now as I'm doing this, didn't even notice it till you pointed out, oh, this was put on for our end. Yes, it was. That's the whole point. Misery. Listen to thee.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, and that right there. Your drawing, Zach, you can't remember. This is just an AI drawing, so I don't know what to tell you. Okay.
My hands stable, I feel able to turn the tables. I could do this, just keep moving, keep your hands up, stupid.
Yes, I agree.
A new viewing, I can see it.
Okay. Mouth needs to be a little bit more.
Right there for the taking. Everything I've ever wanted, dreams are just waiting. I just gotta fight for it, willing to die for it, willing to like sorters. I just need a hike for it.
Mouth a little bit neat. Okay. Well, he's not a drawing character. He's taking reference and making a new post for reference. Yes. It's an exercise we're doing. Now, it's not a one for one, I would say, but then again, it's close enough. And that's all that matters, really. Like this. Alright. We're gonna move on to the next one. Before I do that,
Yes, I agree.
if you want your comment to be read out on the stream, whether it's for memeing or trolling, you have to send a one heart me. It's equivalent to a rose. Any other gifts do not work for you to get that privilege.
Yes, I agree.
Go, there we go, there we go. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Okay.
Yes, I agree.
There we go.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, there we go.
Yes, I agree.
Now, let's move you back with the others. Okay. Let me see. Okay, let's move on to the next one. We need another headshot. Oh, my head, my finger. Alright. Nope, we're not doing that. That's not the exercise for today. Find something. But this one's interesting. We can do this one. Okay. 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 Like that. If you want to hear your comment be read into the stream, whether you're memeing or not, trolling or not, or praising, or want to know something, literally send a one heart meme. I'll let you get to speak permanently in the chat.
Yes, I agree.
So you can hear your comment be read out. Trying to build a team over here. We got a team of 16. The goal, we're trying to get to 2,000. Actually, no. The goal will be 100. Screw it. Let's see here. Man, they really just keep pushing this now. It's fucking annoying after a while.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Virus said man SMB cut TS off.
Cuts it off, man. Cuts. It's. I'm sorry, bro. I'm so sorry.
Virus said it's okay, that was for the Hawkery song.
I got you. Oh no, this pose is not working. Okay. I got an idea.
Yes, I agree.
Just like a basic. It feels too basic. I feel like it should be more movement into the headshot. That could be just me. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Okay. We'll do this. You know what? Hold on. I feel like this one's a little bit too meh. We'll do this one because it's a little bit more movement. Yeah, a little bit more movement. Okay. So I'll delete this one. So if I put her behind the back like this. Like that. It's gone. We're doing exercises. I don't know what you guys think. We're doing some type of art, some type of character design or anything. We're not doing that. We're doing exercises. I'll make this one more wider, more on the more heavier side. Like that. Just like this. It's called Move Your Body by Own Boss. Selvik or something. Nope. 1, 2. 1, 2. No, arms are looking really funny. Let's fix those. Let's see. Okay, thanks. No problem.
Yes, I agree.
Shoulders are a little bit too rounded, so.
Yes, I agree.
Go. Yes, I know how to draw a dog, but I'm not gonna draw a dog. If you don't believe me, go swipe over and look at my work.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Way better. There we go. Simple. Now I'm gonna clean her up. We're gonna clean her up, and then we're gonna. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. That. Let's get the love handles out like that. Let's see, like this, and then bam. Okay, and then. Okay, grab. Just like that. That. Okay, there you go. I'm not drawing no one. We're doing an exercise.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then there we go. Okay, up here. Shit, okay. Like that. Go. that. Okay, that. That. Okay, the hands up. That. Okay, like that. Shoulders about here. Okay. Okay. Then we put about here. Easy. If my head wasn't attached. That's fine. Okay.
Telling myself I won't go there. Oh, but I know that I won't give. Trying to watch your baby on the bus. This past is a burden that we both share. Louis sinners can atone from below prayer. Souls tied in the choir by a cry. From the way that I've been living, but I know I can't resist it.
At the same time, at the same time, at the same time, to the same line, running through the dayline, running through the dayline. Stockings.
Yes, I agree.
At the same time, dancing the same time. To the dayline, running through the dayline, running through the dayline.
Yes, I agree.
Damn it. There we go.
I'm gonna get my
Thank you,
engineers
Dean
to invent
Maskini,
a
for sending
combustible
1x
lemon that
manifest.
burns your house down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Legendary Rick, for sending 1x
Again!
heart me.
Again! Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Thank you. What's up, bro? What's up, Legendary?
Yes, I agree.
So for you guys to get comment rights, you have to send a heart me. It's right in the corner. A heart me to be part of the team, so you get talking rights. All is good. Oh. Hey, Rick. It's Rick.
Thank you, Dean Maskini, for sending 1x heart me.
So what we're going to do next, we're going to go to the next thing on part of the lesson. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Put it there, and then we put it this. So we put a next roster.
Legendary Rick, for sending to buy GG.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, it's harder because I have to make up a pose as I go. That's what makes this harder. I'm not using a pose. I have to make up a pose based on contextual heads. So that makes it more difficult. So like we can use this as an example. Okay, GG. Okay, let me see. Then we make a head. Oh, too light. I don't like that. Okay, there we go. Easy. Okay, like this.
Yeah, what are you trying to get us for tonight?
Okay.
Right here.
No, let's go back. Let's go back.
Light skin show you I was working out tonight? You get me right now. And she got like 2, 3, 10 friends trying to come through.
Okay, and then we'll pick.
Oh, hey, what's up, bro?
Okay. Baby. Yeah. Okay. It's a Space Oddity kind of theme. Yeah. Let me see, but the hair. I don't like going exactly what it looks like in this drawing, because I... Anything just right. Need such one for the life, fun for the hype though. Her neck is going this way, so that means her body's going like there. So I'll do it this way. Okay. I'm gonna have her bend over. Oh no. Let me get this right. Oh, what coffee? Are you trying to be a student? Is Bean still here? I don't think she is. Your name is came with. No, I was talking to someone else. I'm gonna leave and come back later. Okay, do your thing. For those of you who want talking rights, if you want to hear your comments be said into the stream, you have to send a heart me, and then you get permanent talking rights. Show me something I can be over. Show me nothing all night long. I've been wrong. Me something. Put my panties to the side. Feel alright. Give it up to me. Remind me of something. I know what it is. I know something you gotta show me. Remind me of something.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, like that. Put the eyebrows about here. That pretty good. We pulled a pose right out of this. It don't look too bad. It could be better, but you know. Hi, back again. Good music video up there. Thank you. Clean her up. What's the name of the app you're drawing? Clip Studio Paint. Okay. Yo, what's going on, guys? I'm fine.
Gita said, isn't the shoulder a bit weird?
A little. You remember me? Nope. I do not remember you. A little bit weird, I will admit.
Yes, I agree.
really sure what SPM means. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. If you guys want talking rights, you have to send a heart me. It's 1 coin. Oops, too close to the eyebrows.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree.
Okay. There we go. I don't like how stretched the eye is, so I'm gonna fix that. Actually, I'll put it back for now. I'll use a different type of eye. I don't like the eye so stretched. It seems so super, like, what's the right word? Amateurish. I'll fix the eye in a bit. Hold on.
Yes, I agree.
Pew! fuck is this? Oh, okay. I was like, what is this? Yes. Yes, really. Just because I can. Marketing really does help, huh?
Despite the odds being against him, Hakari showed no sign of hesitation. With fierce determination and unwavering confidence, he said, Hakari never ends on a loss. After that, he generates only a green ball. But then, the impossible happens.
This is better than I thought!
While Hakari doesn't employ reverse curse techniques, his domain expansion, Idle Death Gamble, grants him access to unlimited cursed energy for 4 minutes and 11 seconds, reversing any damage inflicted upon his body. Simply put, in 4 minutes and 11 seconds following a jackpot, Hakari becomes effectively immortal. If you are unsure on who is going to win, always bet on Hakari.
Actually makes sense. Whoa. That one. Let's see here. The eyes are like that. That. Like that. That. I think we got pretty close to that. It's not supposed to be a one-on-one, but it's supposed to be based on the placement. So.
Tab 323 said D.
I'm having more problem with it. Okay. Okay, let's see. Now I'm gonna turn it down. Actually, we can clean it up one last time. I can do this fast. So. Oops. That. Okay, that's that.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
Okay. Okay. So like that. So that's as far as we've gotten from our exercise. So we'll chin a little bit more like that. Because that's pretty good enough. There we go. Okay. There we go. Like that. And then we'll do. Is it? I wish I had one that was identifiable.
Beanbag says yay.
Yes, I agree.
Thank you, SpinXX, for sending 1X Hard Me.
Thank you. For those who don't know, if you want to have talking rights, like you want to hear your comment be said out loud to the rest of the world, you have to send one heart me to be part of the team. Okay.
Oh my god, it's corn.
Thank you, Beanbag, for sending 1X It's corn.
It's corn. Okay. Okay. And we put it like this. Okay. Now turn that off. Okay. Okay. There we go. So we took something that we had before, and we made something brand new out of it. Pretty cool. So a great exercise to try for those who are trying to do poses. It's called contextual type exercise.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Okay. Pretty good, pretty good. This was a great exercise. It was hard, but we did what we needed to do at the cause of all of them. Yeah, I try and make them at least distinct between all of them as best as I could. Well, let me just get rid of the one. There we go. That was much easier to deal with. Red, green, blue, light green, pink, and yellow. Alright. Good job. Now, what time is it? What should I do? Let's see. Okay, let's see how that looks. Ugh. So, yes, I use my imagination to draw the bodies. I just continue someone else's save game, let's put it that way. It's a great way to learn. See if you have good understanding of something. There you go. Cool, 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 cool. Alright. Okay. Now we're done from that exercise. I'm done doing that. Okay. Paste. I really don't want to hear music right now. I kind of just want to hear people talk. So let's go to, as I'm working, I'll do another set of pause. I feel like playing Marvel Rivals at the same time. Okay. Oh, got me in trouble again. Let's do this one.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I am here with
Okay.
And we're going to give you another update on Captain America Brave New World. They're saying it could potentially hit 100 million through President's Day. And it sounds good, but it's actually not really that good because the overall trajectory for Marvel movies has been down. Mm-hmm. And this one, as you know, Rob Liefeld. Now, Rob Liefeld is the co-creator of Deadpool, and he's gotten into it with Marvel recently. But he's like, yeah, this is not a good sign. Ant-Man 3 opened with $20 million more, and that was Ant-Man 3.
Right, and this one, you know, that like we're gonna have to go 5 days. You know, Ant-Man also, but it's like 5 days. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday to get the 100 million.
Yeah, so let's talk about this because I mean, look, I don't know if internally if Marvel thought this was going to be Civil War levels of popular. I don't think they did, but I'm sure they probably hoped for better, especially given all the reshoots and everything.
And well, the director's trying to dispute that now. There were a lot of reshoots, even though there's lots of evidence to the contrary. And
back like a year or two.
I know.
Can't see
that's
shit.
supposed to be a strike. No, it's just they're trying to dispute that happened. But here's the thing. It's like this is not good. It's this amount, more than this amount was considered a bomb 2 years ago. I don't think it's going to do well next weekend because the word of mouth's mixed. I don't think it's going to do well next weekend.
That is what's going to be the deciding factor. I think is how it does next weekend. Because we did the video earlier on the cinema score being low for Marvel. I mean, B- isn't like the worst thing ever, but for Marvel, it's not good. It's actually their worst score, worse than the Marvels. And I don't know. So we'll see. And if this one doesn't do so hot, I'm not sure how Thunderbolts is going to do. I don't even know how Fantastic Four is going to do at this point. Like, I would say Fantastic Four this year is probably their best bet for making bank off Marvel, and I'm not even sure how that one's going to do at this point.
Yeah.
And I actually am somewhat interested. So
but I think people are just over Marvel.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think people are just over Marvel. I think that's the biggest takeaway from this, regardless of the movie. If you like the movie, good for you. What we're looking at is kind of the autopsy of the MCU and whether or not they can pivot. And again, I think Deadpool and Wolverine was an outlier because that was more of a Fox thing. That was a one-off. I just don't see anything Marvel doing gangbusters this year. We'll see. So before we get into it any further, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. You'll get a woohoo if you do.
Woohoo!
Check out clownfishminus.com. Help support the reef.
I hope so. We all hope so.
Yada yada yada. So yeah, people were kind of calling.
We all hope so.
Because he actually thought it was going to do a lot better. He was all excited.
You can call it recycling.
And,
pretty much.
He was like, yeah, it's $20 million less than Ant-Man 3.
And Ant-Man 3 was considered a big disappointment.
Yeah.
And now they're acting like this maybe $100 million is a win. I'm like, in what way?
People are like, oh, come on, Rob. It's like people are a little tired at this point. I think that's it. I think that's a lot of it. The treadmill approach finally caught up with them. Nothing feels inspired.
Nope.
That's just it. The part of the problem with Marvel, I think, is like, one, people are already tired of the movies by the time they come out because they announce them like freaking 5 years out. But like,
yes, I agree.
Like, art and culture and yada yada. I'm like, these are products. These are corporate products. They pick a date, they throw a dart at the calendar and say, this is the day we're going to put this, Captain America 4 in the theater, and we don't even have a script yet, but that's when we're gonna have this movie come out.
Well, they moved them around, shifted it too. It's funny to me because Snow White got pushed back to next month, and I noticed there's not anything that would be a
Snow White got pushed? What?
Against it.
Are you serious?
That's
crazy.
Like 2 weeks later.
That's crazy, bro.
This is an interesting take, and I agree with this guy. Yeah. Marvel Rivals proves that it's not Marvel that's the problem. It's Disney.
It's Disney.
People love the characters, but
yep.
Given a level of care and artistry they deserve.
Yep.
I agree.
He's not wrong.
Is incredibly popular.
Incredibly.
Are not popular.
No, because they wrote them shitty. They got shitty writers saying shitty things and putting their politics in it. And they're wondering why no one's picking that shit up.
They're race bent, they're gender swapped, somehow straight characters now LGBTQ, and you're pushing this agenda stuff, and it's all that over story. And the fact that if nothing else proves it is when people don't like your stories, the go-to is to call them istophobes, Yeah. What did you think was going to happen? And then when you have something that's just think with the characters, it's fun, they're more true to themselves, people like it. And they aren't being called names for it.
So people were calling out, they're thinking it's going to have a 60 to 80% drop. Here we go. Massive weather issues played a role in a few areas. Where we the ice storm from a couple days ago.
I don't think that. Come on, dude. No.
Get them, Rob. A lot of people saying Rob's just mad because he's got an issue with Marvel, and the issue with Marvel was Kevin Feige. He felt snubbed him and didn't treat him very well.
Kevin Feige didn't snub us. Doesn't care. I still have a problem with it, and I think he's not wrong. So what's the excuse for that? There was ice storm here, so could have gone. It wouldn't have gone.
he was actually excited for it. I remember reading that he was like, "Yeah, it's gonna do really good," and then it's like, "Oh, it's not doing so hot." So here's the actual story. Coming from Variety, Captain America: Brave New World flies to heroic 100 million over President's Day holiday weekend. A heroic 88.5 million in the box office debut, with domestic ticket sales projected to climb to 100 million through Monday. But
Okay.
we know for sure because they. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it does. I'm not thinking it's going to hit quite 100. I'm thinking 95-ish. But despite unfavorable reviews and a terrible audience score, the 35th MCU movie, 35 effing.
That's part of your problem right there.
35th MCU movie.
35th.
Or show, yeah.
Wow, and that's not even counting like the Fox movies that are kind of connected now. That's crazy. Like they're 35th. Remember, he's not counting the Marvel movies that are outside of that. I'm talking about Spider-Man 1, Amazing Spider-Man. Now those are connected in canon because of the multiverse. That's like 40 plus. I saw that movie. It was peak. Yeah.
Big fail. And this one's not going to come in as high as that. And
Sure, that's crazy.
No matter how much you try to spin this as a win, it's not a win. And the cinema scores are terrible.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, that doesn't always mean anything because sometimes audiences, will flock to movies that critics hate or whatever. But
the cinema score is the audience.
That is the audience. It's weird. It's weird to see audiences flocking to this movie unless they're so desperate for something Marvel. Or that feels more.
Once upon a time, yes, but now you can go Disney Plus.
It would be really funny if Secret Wars happen, and they somehow managed to throw like the Marvel rival multiverse into that one movie just for people to go see the movie. Imagine they had like all the MCU characters, right? And they throw somehow they managed to throw Marvel rival characters into it. You know how funny that would be? Like, bro, people go to the movies just to see Marvel rival characters instead of the actual MCU characters. That would be funny. Like that, I would go see the movie just for that reason. I would go see the movie just to see how they'll interact with their actual counterparts. And it's funny, like the Marvel rival counterparts are more true to form than the actual MCU characters. More than the written ones in the comics. They're more close to their actual counterparts, to their true selves than ever. Like, Jesus Christ. That would be funny. Imagine how much that will skyrocket in money. That will tell Disney something. Maybe you should stop the BS you're doing with these characters and stick with what works, Marvel, it's funny.
But you have to wait for the movies now.
They said that there's people are kind of concerned about the next weekend because they said cinema operators need Captain America to remain a box office draw in subsequent weeks because there's nothing on the film release calendar that resembles a 4-quadrant blockbuster until Snow White.
And Snow White, you'll kiss your ass goodbye because Snow White is not going to perform.
It's not going to
perform. Yeah. Signs of wear and tear after the epic success of Endgame. It has 2 other tentpoles over the next 6 months. Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four. The Fantastic Four, though, I did not realize the Fantastic Four and Superman were only a week apart.
Oh, crap. Are you serious? What? Are you serious? Oh, my God. My money's on Fantastic Four, to be honest. I'm not even trying to be an ass. I'm really being serious. I think if I had to go watch either one, I think Fantastic Four would probably do a better job than Superman. I'm not saying that the James Gunn version is going to be ass. I just don't think it's going to be as big as we think it's going to be. I want to see Thunderbolts Marvel's cooking again. We'll see. We'll see. But, like, if I had to pick between the two, I think I would watch
yes, I agree.
Fantastic Four. I just want to see what Galactus looks like, honestly, with his big head self. I would love to see how they made that work and how they're going to defeat this character. Because if I remember right, Galactus is like one of the biggest, baddest characters in the MCU. And it's going to be really weird that he gets defeated. I know he's like kind of like a staple to the Fantastic Four. I think he's their like villain, but like I don't know. I thought like Thanos. I thought Galactus was like a Thanos levels threat in that sense, kind of like a Apocalypse or like what do you call it? Yeah, Thanos, Apocalypse. You know, I kind of thought that like he was kind of like or Onslaught. I thought he was kind of on that level, right? Or am I wrong? Because like he's literally standing in space, or is he floating, or is he standing? I believe he's standing. The Fantastic Four movies is not in our 616 universe. It's in a different universe. Oh, this movie? This movie specifically is in a different universe. Ah, okay. Well, it makes sense, I guess. Oh my god, that looks great. Thank you. We're just doing quick drafting work. But yeah, I don't know, bro. Like, I think Fantastic Four might blow Superman out the sky. Just maybe because it's Marvel, and like DC movies are kind of hit or miss, like a major hit or miss compared to like Marvel movies. And you're more like familiar with more Marvel movies, like more normies are some like familiar with Marvel movies compared to like DC movies because they don't really do all that well depending on who's writing. So, hey Mono. Oh, Mono, just let you know, you won't be able to hear your voice because you have to be part of the team.
Yes, I agree.
You gotta send you have to send one coin of a heart me to be part of the team so you can hear your voice be heard permanently on TikTok. Typo Bay. Yeah, let me see. We'll see.
It went on around the same time too. I forget what it was. There's another one that's going to be thrown in that time frame too.
And look, I said before, I actually think the Fantastic Four trailer, I liked what I saw. That doesn't mean that the movie's going to be any good.
I like what I saw too. I have no problem with the Thing's design. I think some people have a problem with it, which is weird because he looks more true to form to his comic counterpart than ever. In my opinion, I don't think there's nothing wrong with him. If there's any, like, I don't think anything's wrong with it. I don't even think the actor who's playing him is problematic because I watched that actor in the movie, the show, The Bear, and he did a great job. He was a believable character in the show. If those who watched The Bear, you know what I'm talking about. He's pretty funny. He has that, I think he's from Chicago or New York accent, so that can really work. So, like, I don't think there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing with the character or the actor. I just hope the movie's not written shitty. I don't think there's anything wrong with the actors per se. I really don't like Pedro Pascal. He plays pretty like cuckish and characters half the time. Every time he plays a character, he's always getting cucked. I don't know why. This is a weird ritual, like it's like a humiliation ritual with this man. So I don't know if they're going to make Sue Storm into like a girl boss and that's it, and then he's just gonna be kind of on the sidelines and be stupid and crying about his feelings and stupid shit.
Yes, I agree.
The only thing I don't like about the new thing is that he doesn't have that New York accent. He's more of a Chicago, if you have like Chicago accent, I believe. If I remember right. Can you repeat? Oh, you have to send a heart me. It's worth 1 coin. It's literally the equivalent of a rose, and then you get permanent talking access for your comment to be read out. Mono. So there you go.
Just kind of like the
We're trying to build on the team thing. This thing right here in the corner.
Thunderbolts just looks like another Disney Plus show. It doesn't look terrible, but it's like I've already seen this on Disney Plus.
Thunderbolts.
I'm doing this because TikTok keeps harassing me to do it, so I'm just seeing what happens.
Not movies. And there's nothing about them that's making me like, yeah, I have to get my butt out of the seat and go to the theater. I'll just wait for Disney Plus.
Mono asks, can you say it now?
Yeah. Then they're talking about how in China,
you can sit over there, but a lot of people don't move over there. So I'm telling people on TikTok who wants to hear it, if they want to hear themselves, they can go to YouTube, but they don't move. So
they have their own film industry over there. Like they don't need our stuff at all. It's huge.
Yeah, it's crazy. But Dogman didn't do as well as they were hoping for. Apparently, Dogman's
weird.
Yeah, that's weird. Who actually thought that was going to be a thing? Like, I know it's one of those old storybooks back when I was growing up, like Captain Underpants, but like, come on, dude, you really thought that was gonna make box office money? Come on, let's be honest.
Yeah, because our kids are too old for Dogman, but apparently the cop and the dog get into an accident and they sew the dog's head onto the cop's body, and this is a kid's book. And I'm like, so it's kind of like RoboCop meets Full Metal Alchemist.
I wouldn't put those in the same league,
anyway,
but okay.
So there we go, guys.
Full Metal Alchemist, no.
Much less the same sentence.
Oh, no, sad.
That's not what that is.
Anyway,
well, it is what it is, but it's like it's not on that equivalency. So is the man dead? Because he just put a dog's head on the man's head. Is the dog dead or is the man dead? That's the question. Who's the dead one here? Someone has to be dead for this to work.
People are gonna be like, because everything I've heard is like,
right?
It's not a terrible movie. But
well, since when
just
is that?
Now,
No. The man is dead. Okay, the dog is alive.
We'll see.
I find that funny.
Autopsy of Marvel. We'll see where we're at, after this year.
I find that funny.
We're gonna wrap it up. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, and we'll talk later.
Bye.
That's funny. Your skills. Ooh. Here's some Marvel Rivals news, guys. You want to hear some Marvel Rivals?
Have actually revealed how they implement new heroes into the game. Now, this is awesome information because from this, we can sort of work out what they're going to do with future heroes coming to the game. Now, of course, we know the Thing and the Human Torch are imminent. They will be announced very soon, I am sure, and we're going to get to see them and play them, and it's going to be awesome. But you guys might remember, there's actually been a ton of heroes that have been leaked in the game files that data miners have been finding. I've covered them as well, like things like loads of X-Men heroes, characters like Blade.
Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Come on! Let's go!
Yeah, maybe some of them are real, maybe some of them ain't. There was a lot of news going around saying, oh, maybe these have just been planted by the devs to kind of throw off everybody. Well, the devs have actually responded, and they've given an interview to IGN, and they explain everything, and this is super cool. But the TLDR of this, their approach to adding new heroes into the game, is essentially this. They look at what type of character and what skill set that character needs to come out to balance the game right now. So I think that just means
we need a healer that can deal with the Black Panther, please. I'm just saying, Black Panther is a fucking asshole. I hate Black Panther when you're playing healer. I can deal with Iron Fist to a degree. I can handle him. I can handle the what's her name? What's the one with the sword? Oh my god, she literally left my brain. I forgot her name.
Thank you.
Again! Let's go! Again! It worked! Let's go! Yes! We got again. Thank you, Mono, for being part of the team. I appreciate it. Now you got talking rights. There you go. Sword Lady. Magic! There you go, Magic. Thank
Janae
you.
says hello.
Hello. Like, Magic. I can handle her. I can handle Iron Fist. It's just that damn Black Panther. He's too damn fast to deal with. So annoying. I hate him. Not the character, just the Marvel Rivals version, because you have to fight him.
So,
Mantis is best dive counter. To him? I gotta play more Mantis then.
Obviously from the Marvel universe. Then and say, guys, we want to add these characters. What do you think? They give them the yes or the no based on whatever they're doing with the IP. Then they go away and they work on some internal designs for the heroes. They work on their tool, their skill set. They work on their visual design, all of that stuff. Then they look at the community and see what excitement is going on within the wider Marvel community. So things like new movie launches, maybe new comics, maybe new TV series, and see if they can fit things in with that. And then they basically decide who they're going to add following on from that. So you can see that this has led to the Invisible Four. I've been playing a lot of Invisible Woman. She's got me to GM, so I'm not going to complain. But
you got the GM. Fuck you.
Makes sense, because the new Fantastic Four movie is fairly close to coming out, and obviously we had the big trailer for that movie as well. So
we got the GM already.
So yeah, and also
Luna too.
I suppose not looking at newer hero launches.
I hate using Luna though.
Film.
I really do hate using her though. Her ultimate's great, but like I just hate using her as a character.
Let's jump over to the interview from IGN. This is great. I love this kind of stuff in developers. So let's just break it all down. So essentially, last month, data miners were sharing a lot of info about potential future heroes that could come to the game. I covered these, like I said, loads of X-Men heroes. You've got Blade, you've got Ultron, loads of stuff. The question is, are they fake or are they real? Well, the interviewer at IGN actually put this question to the game producer
It's permanent.
on Rivals and also the executive producer who's known as Danny Koo, and to see what the hell was going on. Are they trolling the player base? What's going on? And this is what they say. So
They need to
firstly,
put
we want
the
say that we
Inhumans in
don't
there. I'm pretty sure they will.
Anybody to make adjustments to the files of the game. Also, you can see that for each character's design, actually, we come through a very complicated process and we make a lot of concepts, trials, prototypes, development, etc. So there could be some information left in the code, and it might mean that we have tried those directions and they may appear or may not appear in our future plans. And whether or not they will appear in our future pipeline is highly depending on what kind of gameplay experience our players would expect in the game. Koo then goes on to say, if I could have a 10-year plan, it'd be great. But the team's experimented with a lot of play styles, heroes. It's like there's someone doing scratch paperwork and then just left a notebook there. And someone, a data miner, decided to open it with no context. The interview then says, I pushed a little, asking them point blank if they were deliberately trolling people. And Koo replied, no, we would rather spend our time developing the actual game. So, I mean, that could be
nice.
trolling, right? That could be memes. It's like, whatever, none of it's all just whatever. We've been developing the game.
That's a nice response. I like that response. That's how they know. I like that response. Even if they're bullshitting, I like that response.
We don't really care. That could be true, or it could be the case that they are doing it deliberately to
something that Western AAA Westerners devs should hear.
I don't really think it's worth their time, to be honest. So I'd have to agree with the devs here. I actually think, given what I've seen over the years with the way these live service games get developed, there is remnants of all kinds of stuff. Now, I'll use Overwatch as a little bit of an example, but Overwatch.
Thank you, Mono, for sending 1X Team cheers.
Thank you. Really, isn't it like it goes away like 3 weeks? I don't know. Whenever it ends, you guys just send one more coin. If it goes away, then you just send a coin.
And a lot of things were data mined in advance. Now, the developers...
I'm only doing this because they keep harassing me of doing it, so I'm finally doing it.
Say, like, no, you should not be data mining our stuff, so we're going to keep changing file encryption and all kinds of stuff. Or, which is the way that the Overwatch developers went for a while, I'm not sure if they're doing this now or whatever, but they basically made a truce with the data miners and said, look, we're not going to do this, but...
Oh god, you have to take the whole light? Jesus Christ.
Don't leak everything. And it kind of worked.
Okay, I guess it's not that much of a change, but damn.
That may have had a lot of information on upcoming content miles in advance, and sometimes the context of it didn't make any sense. I suppose to use one very relevant example at the moment is the Stadium game feature for Overwatch. A lot of the audio cues and the voice files and the things in the game which relate to that mode have been in the game for years. Now, they could have been a different mode or something else going on at the time. You don't know because you don't have the context. But yeah, it's interesting seeing that as a game mode now, considering what was in the files for quite a long time. But anyway, yeah, I digress. So I think this is basically, I think this is just game development, right? They're trying different things. They've got different bits of info in the files that are maybe used for different types of heroes or different directions they wanted to go in. And basically, they're not trying to troll anyone. They're just working on the game, which I think is a fair answer. IGN then goes on to say, in the same conversation, we also discussed how a character gets chosen to be added into Marvel Rivals in the first place. The two told me that the team plans on updating roughly a year in advance and is committed to keeping its current pace, spanning new characters every month and a half. For each update, NetEase looked at what type of character and skill set is needed to balance out the rest of the game and add variety to the roster, and come up with a list of several different possible additions. Wu told me that part of NetEase's strategy for achieving game balance is to focus less on aggressively tweaking existing characters to be perfectly fine-tuned and more on adding new characters and experiences to keep things fresh.
Janae says test.
Support characters that are a bit weak with new team-up abilities or counter characters that might have been a little bit too strong.
Ah,
okay. List of possibilities, NetEase then takes these suggestions to Marvel Games and begin working on the initial designs. From there, they look at what the community is currently excited about, as well as what's planned a year in advance in other Marvel divisions, such as if a big film or comic arc is coming out that they can tie a character in with. That helps them come to a final decision on who's going in. All this explains why there might be a lot of different heroes listed in the code. NetEase just has a lot of ideas it's tossing around all of the time. So I don't know about you guys, but I find that really interesting. So I think on the face of it, a lot of this makes sense. You are going to launch heroes when you've got a big major Marvel movie coming out. It's almost like the perfect advertising vehicle for your game, because you can be like, oh look, there's a new, I don't know, let's say a new Thor movie is coming out. Let's add a Thor adjacent character into the game. Let's add, I don't know, let's put Jane into the game, right? Or something.
No.
Maybe she's dead, or I don't think she is dead, right? She's into like
No.
old myth thing.
I know she becomes a thing in the comic, but no.
If she's dead or what. But let's add her into the game.
Put
right?
that alien Thor guy.
It makes sense.
A lot of people don't know who he is.
Vehicle for your game. It's almost like a leveling up of the AnimeArt shorts again from Overwatch, but this time you've got an entire, like, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars movie behind you, your games to advertise your new characters. So it does make sense. I think, though, the main interesting point here is the way they're looking at adding the characters is straight up. They look at what is going on in the game at the moment, and they are looking at balance. They do admit that balancing a game like this is not going to be completely possible. And even, like, again, to use Overwatch as an example, the Overwatch devs have actually recently realised that, you can't really balance a game. So we need to take more risks. So what we're going to do is just add perks into the game and make the game, kind of mess it up.
Wow, that kind of just solves their Overwatch
Like,
problem.
we want balance.
Kind of, if you think about it.
Minor balance. We're not going to make all these like little stat changes all over the place.
Yeah, it's going to cause too much trouble. Yes, it makes too much trouble.
And that's mainly with
kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it's with new team abilities as well, but it's mainly with new heroes that just throws a spanner into the works.
Yeah.
Like, okay, what we're going to do now? Look at what's happened in season 1. Look how good Invisible Woman is. And I tell you what, Mr. Fantastic is getting used more and more now. I think he finds it hard to maybe secure eliminations, but he's basically a tank. And a lot of people.
Yeah, I said that. He comes off more of a tank than a damage dealer. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So, yeah. And
I'm pretty sure anyone can probably like agree with me on this. I believe the tank. I think Wolverine should have been more of a tank than more of a DPS. I felt like he was more of a tank. Did anyone else thought that he was gonna be more of a tank than a DPS? I really thought he was gonna be a tank. When they made him DPS, I was scratching my head a little bit on that one. I literally thought he was gonna be a tank, in my opinion. So
who knows what's going to happen when the Thing and the Human Torch get added, essentially in like a week or so's time. That's going to be insane. That's going to shake the meta up again. And I think this is the way that they're definitely balancing the game. We could go into a massive discussion on what's happening with the future balance and the future meta of the game. But I think what they've realised is if you keep adding major content to the game, which is essentially new heroes, and you add them fast, then what that does is it keeps shaking the game up. Now, there could be a negative to this. You could add a hero that just doesn't do anything and it isn't really playable. People don't want to play the hero and it's not going to have much of a meta impact. I suppose, again, to use a recent example, look at Mr. Fantastic. You could say that, okay, good old Reed, he's not that stupidly OP straight away. Well, it's not OP, but he's not that effective straight away, so he wouldn't really have been
he's more of a...
Whereas Invisible Woman, she was definitely picked up basically on day one because of the value she brings to the team.
Yes.
So if she was as good as him, or had the same sort of, I don't want to say as good as him, but the same sort of initial impact, there might be 2 limb heroes there added to the game. And I feel like the danger with this is they could very quickly go off that, oh, that's a bad hero, we've got another bad hero, we've got another one sort of thing. But I do think adding heroes is definitely a very good way of shaking up the game, but then also adding new team-up abilities, because remember, every season they're going to change the team-up abilities.
Right.
If they're going to do it at a season point, or if it's just going to be a seasonal thing. We might do, actually, I can't remember off the top of my head. But basically every season there should be different team-up abilities, and they can add new ones as well. So that could shape the game up in the future as well. So I do think they've got a lot of levers they can pull, and they can keep the game fresh. So that's basically how they decide what heroes to add to the game, guys.
Ah, okay.
Thanks for watching the video. If you enjoyed that, remember, do all the YouTube stuff, like the video, sub to the channel, all that good stuff. And yeah, I'll catch you guys on the next video.
Crazy. And I'm excited. I'm just excited in general for like Overwatch. Marvel's Rivals just in general. Like it just, I don't know, just something about it just so different compared to Overwatch. Fresh and just nice. And plus, you already know the heroes, so that familiarity actually helps even more.
Multiverse has done. It is dead, in fact. What's particularly sad is it actually looks like it was on the cusp of being saved. Now, though, all it's going to be is yet another failure from WB Games. And you can see the managerial logic that WB were going with here, right? They see other sorts of games performing well in the market, right? Big live services. And then they think, we're Warner Bros. We've got IP everywhere. So what do? You smash those two things together. You've got the because last time we got demonetized, the Self-Deletion Squad, which was obviously them trying to get some Destiny money, and Multiverses, which was in fact going for Brawlhalla, which is actually a super popular game from Ubisoft. It's just one of those ones that's been a bit of a sleeper hit. Now,
No said TikTok is really laggy.
Cannot have been the most expensive thing in the world to make, but
is
we
it?
do know directly from.
Sorry about that. I don't know. That's something that TikTok's got to fix itself. I don't know why it's doing that.
When we analyze how the whole thing rolled out, it's obvious it was basically a complete shit show. And because we do like to go a little bit deeper in the old research, we found some fun quotes, such as insiders calling the leadership of WB Games ineffectual and trend chasing. But before that, something you don't know about me is that I enjoy building things like this app front end. And that's why today's sponsor, Boot.dev, is so relevant. Because with Boot, you'll learn back-end web development using Python and Go. I've got a sick discount for you. Those are two excellent languages, and they will set you up well as a programmer. And why I love Boot, though, specifically is how it works, because it's basically a fantasy RPG. You've got quests, XP, public leaderboards. I mean, just look at the public leaderboard updating in real time as real users are doing lessons. And so much more, like the spell book, which is packed with programming references.
I said, what are you drawing?
I am doing this quick reference of Boma.
Because Boot's founder loves RPGs, actually 0 of our channels, and that's why he's built it for people like us. And you'll learn real practical programming
just for the hell of it. I'm not even doing it for anything specific.
Portfolio projects.
And I don't do a lot of fan art like that.
Real job. And the best news is you'll get 25% off your first purchase at boot.dev/BelluNews, and it's 0 risk. You can browse their content, do demos, and a lot more for free. And when you do buy, backed by a 30-day money-back guarantee. Okay, so Multiverses launched into an open beta. At least the live service game definition of open beta, because what it did launch as was, of course, a fully monetized product, which is just like Fortnite, Overwatch, and many other games. And at that time, they did sell a Founders Pack, with the core sell basically just being, hey, you're early. This is a hell of a deal for our most dedicated fans. You'll get loads of characters. Buy this now. And when it launched, all seemed to be amazing. The player count was 150k on Steam, but when I say Steam really is the operative word here, because the numbers absolutely plummeted, and they soon got so bad.
Why?
WB and the developer.
Why did it just all of a sudden plummet? Is there a reason?
Just pull the beta entirely. Essentially, there was much needed fixes, design changes, and then just content cadence, and they could not do all of that at the same time. So they pulled it down. Local play would remain, and the plan was, when it returns, it's going to be ready and it will be successful. That obviously is not going to happen. So 1 year and a giant set of changes later, the game relaunches. It doesn't launch to a bang, though. It more launches to a pop. Like, you hear it, but then the sound is gone very, very quickly. Because Steam hits 114k, and yeah, the console probably did quite well, but this time it was different than last time. And not the way they wanted, because the player fall-off was actually even worse. People left faster. Now, it's hard to say exactly what made people leave, but if I was to say there's one thing that was the main problem, probably progression changes. Those played a massive role. You basically swear the player first set out to create a bad impression. Now, obviously, we do not know if everything was their idea, whose drumbeat they were marching to. But what players found when they logged into the relaunch of the game, which should have been a big exciting thing, was progression. That was massively slowed down. And even worse, you could no longer freely use any character in offline play. Which, if you're playing a game like this on a console, is really fun and something you'll want to do. Now, of course,
wait, what? Are you serious?
Made up for in the fuck currency, which they very much wanted you to buy. So suffice it to say, the game made a noise, but people just fizzled out. And while future patches would genuinely try to improve this, they were way, way too late. And it even seems the one patch that could have saved this game is, confirmed to be too late. Of course, as with any death, we've got to talk about the funeral arrangements. So microtransactions are disabled, and on the 30th of May 25, the sales will end, the store delistings will happen, and servers will shut down. That'll be that. There is a silver lining, and that's that the game will stay in your library and it will have functional offline play. But even for that, there is a catch. That's only the case if you create a local save file during Season 5. And actually, at Season 5, it stings the most. It's kind of just like X-Defiant, where Multiverses has got its death sentence, even though it has got content ready to ship. And in this case, it was content. It was a proper, genuine effort to actually win people back, right? They've made game-wide changes to things like movement speed and abilities, which is absolutely core bread and butter for this genre. Another big thing is hit pause. So hit pause is being cut basically in order to open up more combos. I'm not big into the genre, but I've got to imagine that'll be pretty big for fighting game fans who just want to do more combos and have more skill expression. And also, there's a stack of things, right? There's a stack of character reworks and Lola Bunny and Aquaman. I know the internet likes Lola Bunny. They probably would have bought some things for her. But that's, well, that's not really going to be. Like, the patch is going to come out, but it's basically completely pointless. And also, kind of sad, if you actually look at the marketing for this patch, it's really good. They actually started to, I know it's an overused word, but they started to cook. Now, to be clear, I'm not making the factual claim that this update would save multiverses, right? That if they put this out and didn't just say, by the way, we're killing the game, then suddenly it would turn around. I can't make that claim because it's basically impossible to make that claim, because I don't know the future. And WB Games also don't know the future. And that's actually what makes it sting. These changes have been made, the content's been made, it seems to be what the community wants, and it's never going to have the chance to save the game. Now, there is a Save Multiverses hashtag campaign going on. It's backed by, I think, a pretty broad coalition of players. You've got pros, you've got casuals, people saying that these changes could be the start of a new era, but, I mean, it's you guys against the Warner Bros. Games and the Warner Bros. Board. I have a feeling they're not really going to do anything, because they actually have put a lot of cash into this, and they certainly feel burned. Something else happened with the launch of this game. WB also acquired the studio that makes Multiverses, Player First Games. Now, we don't know how much they spent on that acquisition, but in November 2024, David Zaslav would explicitly call out Multiverses.
Are you going to eat if you don't cook? Because I don't know.
That quarter, which was, of course, on top of other, hundreds of millions of dollars of impairments in that year. So they were having a pretty bad time. Fiscal year 2024-2025, which we're just about at the end at now, was obviously
agree.
bad for them. The games they had out were Multiverses, Quidditch Champions, and Batman Arkham Shadows. And it's kind of crazy, but of those three, only Batman, a VR game, was a success with 1 million sales, which sounds completely unhinged for VR, but there's also a reason why. They did a deal with Meta. So, yeah, that game came bundled with, and does actually to this day come bundled with any Meta Quest 3s or 3Ss that you buy. So it's been pretty bad vibes for the company, especially because Suicide Squad and Mortal Kombat, those released in the previous financial year. And that's extra bad if financial year 24 to 25 had revenue projections that involved things like Suicide Squad selling loads of skins and DLC and, I don't know, whatever balls they probably hoped they could sell. I mean, Matt, as far as publisher-wide shit shows go, this is certainly one of the big ones. And there's even another funny thing, right? Allegedly, according to rumors, while Multiverses was live, Warner Brothers did not want to dilute the appeal of the game by pushing for more collaborations with the likes of Fortnite for DC skins. So, if that is true, it would actually mean that Multiverses did not just fail to make money on its own, which it did, but it also actively impeded other licensing efforts that could have helped to subsidize the WB Games branch, because they basically wanted all their brand things to go into Multiverses. Just pretty bad. But overall, right, the facts are there's no outrunning fundamentals that are bad, that do not work. Multiverses was not driving revenue, and if you were one of the few people who were helping it drive revenue, you're probably going to feel screwed. Let me explain what I mean here. So progression was really, really slow whenever it relaunched. That's obviously to push people to buy more things. And then, of course, there is the Founders Pack. Now, this was sold when the game originally came out, and that pack had 30 character tokens, and the idea is you use those tokens to unlock characters. Now, of course, a lot of people did not spend all 30 of their Founders Pack tokens. There's people who've got like 20 tokens, 15 tokens, that are now literally useless.
Damn! That sucks. I'm sorry for those who actually bought this game, or put money in this game. That's why I never put money in these type of games at all. Fortnite, Apex, I never put, Overwatch, never put money in it, not once. I don't buy Fortnite skins, I think it's stupid. Oh my god. That sucks.
Void and useless, even though, of course, you handed over real money for them.
Yeah, this is gonna be a problem.
Easy, knowing that WB Games piss that money away in yet another attempt to chase somebody else's success. Here, you
Wow.
definitely think about Smash Bros, right? It's the obvious one, and yeah, any platform fighter is going to live or die by its comparison to Smash. And many have died. You can look at PlayStation All-Stars. There are others, ones that exist, just kind of doing their own thing, not really that expensive to make. You've got, you know, your Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 1 and 2. You've got Rivals of Aether. But none of that
That's
stuff
crazy,
is
bro.
actually what WB were going for. They wanted to emulate Brawlhalla. And Brawlhalla is a true sleeper hit from Ubisoft. And I say sleeper hit because, man, loads of people play it and you never hear much about it. But it has persisted for years and years across all the major platforms.
Jump Force.
Like, as I wrote
Well,
the
Jump
script
Force
for this
is not
video,
on that same level. I get it, but like
has
it's not on that
17,000
compared to these
Steam
other
players.
games. I get
And
it,
if you
but
go to the weeks before the cancellation of Multiverses, it was struggling to hit 1,000.
I don't even think people still play
So,
that, to be honest.
yeah,
Has
they
everyone
tried to take a
been
shot
in
at
TikTok
Brawlhalla,
jail before?
but
I
it didn't
think I
work.
might.
There's many reasons why, but
In the TTJ
so
because I
free-play
can't
games
follow
with
people
skins
back.
and characters that you can buy.
I don't know about
But
that
with
anime. I'm
Brawlhalla,
sorry,
you
bro.
can pay $40 to unlock every original character added to the game, like at the point of the purchase.
If you
and
can't
going
follow
into
someone,
the
you should
future.
send them
And in
a
2023,
support
where,
problem.
they
Like
have fewer
you
characters,
go to support
but
and
still, that was
they'll
half the
talk to
price.
you
It was
about your
only
issue.
$20. So there are people who put $20 into that game. They can just play all the characters, which likely sets them up well for buying skins in the future, right? But what it means is that in terms of gameplay content, people can just kind of buy the game and not feel nickel and dimed. Contrast that then to the Founders Pack of Multiverses. It was there in 2023 and then it just disappeared. The game came back with an onerous progression model. It just did not let people play all the different characters and have fun. I mean, the Brawlhalla business model makes so much more sense. Brawlhalla's also got a real long history of brand collabs, which will help juice up their numbers, you know, reactivate their players, whereas Multiverses was limited to Warner Bros, but then also not able to fully use all of Warner Bros. IP
You
because
mean JJK?
corporate shit.
This is my
IP's,
first time, but I
IP's a
found
complex
ways to
business.
get out of
Then
it.
there's an
Oh, okay,
obvious thing.
okay.
So, take a look at these two games, especially Brawlhalla. Brawlhalla's a Flash game. It's kind of the mean way of saying it. What it is Adobe Air and the dev team's like own custom engine, but you got the point. Compare the two of them, right? There's a phrase, and that's why I bring this up. Be cheap so you can be generous. And when you're cheap so you can be generous, you end up having 64 characters in your game and continual content and all of those good things that, of course, Brawlhalla has got. That's helped Brawlhalla to maintain, to sustain that player base.
Right.
And the number I quoted was just the Steam number. It's on phones, it's on consoles, the damn thing's everywhere. Whereas with Multiverses, it launched into a more competitive, crowded market where Brawlhalla was already the incumbent. When it first launched and caught on, they had loads of problems. When they relaunched it, they had loads of problems. It seems like it's with Season 5, with the relaunch. And I really doubt that this game is somehow going to get a third life. Which would be kind of ridiculous. And then I think there's just the basic unit economics here, right? I mean, both sides. Think about cost, think about sales for the two of these games. Which one's more expensive to develop? Just looking at them. Obviously, the proposition Ubisoft are contending is way more sensible. And while sensible is not really a word that you sort of apply to Ubisoft all the time, it is really not one that you apply to WB Games. Let's talk about their future, because it's kind of screwed. WB Games' leader, David Haddad, left the company after 12 years. And speaking of Bloomberg, insiders said that his tenure was defined by, and this is a quote, a lack of strong, cohesive vision. There's another quote, years of ineffectual trend chasing and wasted development time, which does seem to be quite true to me. And obviously it sucks for players, sucks if you like those IPs, right? You like those brands. It also goddamn sucks for the developers. Can you imagine being at Rocksteady? You've been shipping the Arkham games. I mean, what you're used to is pushing forward like what combat systems are in action video games. Admittedly, this was Rocksteady leadership as well. But you're then thrown into Suicide Squad, Kill Justice League, forced to make that. I mean, the brain drain, right? Just like org-wide, absolute shit show. But of course, you know, Broken Clock can be right twice a day, etc., etc. So they have had their wins. One of the big wins has obviously been Hogwarts Legacy, which really has been your saving grace. I mean,
right.
It was the highest selling game of 2023. It was also, I've seen one number that it was the 14th highest selling game of 2024, so the year after it came out, and I saw another number that said the 11th, which basically just means it came out in 2023, it is still doing gargantuan sales to this day. Now, as for this story's developer, Player First Games, we're not exactly sure. I mean, it does look like, given the right conditions and given the time, they could actually do good work. Look at the Season 5 changes and how the community actually do seem to be on side with the developers. But
Right.
we don't really know what's going on. They do have other projects, so at the minimum, I would expect downsizing. As for their future lineup, well, there is a sequel to Hogwarts Legacy. That's a long way off. There's going to be a definitive edition, which will likely help to boost up their sales. Then the next thing we know about is Monolith's Wonder Woman. And I cannot wait for the investigative report on that thing because it may not be out until 2026. And that's with reports of it being rebooted in early 2024. I believe the director went, and then the support of WB Games Montreal. That was needed. But that was also enabled by them working in a game about the Flash. That game was
Really?
cancelled as a result of
Are you
the
serious?
worldwide
Are you
"Please, for the love of
serious?
God,
Bro,
no
are you
more
serious right
Ezra Miller,
now?
anything go away movement that happened. So that's kind of rough. And again,
Damn, this
it's another
sucks.
part of that trend. How many times do we see games
DC
with
just can't
years
get a
and
break,
years and
huh?
years of development when really what we get is something that was rebooted 2 years before ship and cobbled together? I mean, that's what happened to the last, like, 3 BioWare games. Anyway, beyond that, there's their Adult Swim Games label, which they sort of self-moved, so that's basically dead. I'm sure NetherRealm are doing something, and Rocksteady are sort of back on piece. None of that is going to be anytime soon. But I do have good news for you. You can go and play Game of Thrones Conquest on mobile today, and you can look forward to Netmarble's Game of Thrones on PC, console, and mobile. Yeah, it's a game called Game of Thrones Kings Road. I don't know what to make of that.
Wait,
So
Game of Thrones have their own
basically,
game? I didn't know that.
they don't really have that
The
many
fuck?
games at the minute. What they do have, though, is IP. They're going to license that IP to externals, like with Netmarble and Kings Road Game, and brand collabs with other games. They're just going to have to do that for now because they've completely screwed the pooch internally. But to be completely honest with you, and this is really selfish, man, this does make for really, really fun news. And if bullshit corporate shenanigans are your thing, yeah, you know the way PSN went down? It actually goes quite a bit more broadly than that. Expose to this next video.
In the next video. That sucks. I'm so sorry. That's so sad. That is one of the saddest things I've just heard. Man, I tell you, bro. That is so freaking sad. So apparently, I think Ross Draws is in a lot of trouble. Apparently.
We have tea to talk about, and this is with an artist that is extremely popular that you guys have probably heard of, called Ross Draws. So this is a tweet made by Twitter
What's with that
user
please?
underscore
He said please. I don't know what that please is about. Why is it doing that? Bro.
in most of his new work. He is currently misleading business partners that have a zero AI policy to publish his book. So here are screen grabs of his artwork, allegedly his artwork, also allegedly potentially AI. It's a little bit odd, but the thing
I don't
is,
know what you're
when
saying.
it comes
Please
to AI,
do.
it's always a little tricky because it's like the chicken versus the egg, right? Like which came first? Ross Draws is an extremely popular artist whose art style is heavily coveted by other people. So Ross Draws is an artist that AI has trained their art on to produce art. But he himself is a very reputable and known artist. So that's the thing where it gets finicky of like, is this AI? Is this actually his artwork? AI is trained off human artists, so it does get a little iffy sometimes when it comes to identifying AI pieces just for that. But there are also, again, we can take looks, we can acknowledge irregularities within the artwork that, hey, somebody like Ross Draws, who has such extensive art experience as him, likely should not be making these mistakes, right? Of course, all artists, no matter how experienced you are, will make human errors. But again, we need to keep that into account, a little bit of like red flags going on in these pieces right here, right? the jacket cutting into the pants, coming out. The shorts not quite lining up right, but maybe it's like a cropping issue at the end of the day. Just looks a little bit off, right? So Beazle links a Google Doc, writing source 1. This is a big, juicy Google Doc, 20 pages, and it reads, my issues with Ross Draws. Disclaimer, the opinions and views I speak of in this Google Doc are based on my own experiences with the party involved. My name is Ben. I'm somebody who used to be very active in his community and that he eventually had me on to help with conventions, teach him Clip Studio Paint, and to ask for my feedback on prints, his projects, and what's popular in anime circles. I've only done 2 conventions for Ross. The first one was Lightbox 2023, where some of these issues were present, but they weren't as egregious. A lot of these issues became obvious at Anime Expo 2024. Ross cares very much about appearances to the point it consumes him, and has a very inflated self-image about himself. In my opinion, Ross doesn't see people, but as tools, assets, and props for his vision. He doesn't really have any regard for what other people go through, and will make a bunch of false promises as long as he gets what he wants. So here are some DMs between Ross and Ben, and these DMs took place October 24th, 2023. It's a year and a half ago. So Ross writes, yo, so Redacted messaged me. I thought you were volunteering at Lightbox, which is the main reason why I'm bringing you. Were you expecting compensation for this one? Sorry for miscommunication. I had some volunteers come up. And Fen writes, LOL, no, I was just curious. I'm happy to volunteer. I just had the thought and wanted to be sure. You're already doing so much. And Ross says, okay, gotcha. And Fen writes, can't wait to be a nuisance this weekend. By the way, this to me is weird. Here's the thing. For the most part, with conventions, the way it typically works, right, is artists will get booths at conventions.
Right.
Will typically, a lot of times, be behind the booth vending at the convention.
Did the live
But
stop,
it's
or is it still
more
going?
work for one person to run a booth at a convention, especially for somebody of the size of Ross Draws, because Ross
I think
Draws'
it's working.
booth at Anime Expo is massive. I went to it in 2023. His booth was huge. He had a lot of products to sell, books, whatever, area to take pictures, whatever. It's hefty. It is not something one person can do. Even like smaller booths, it's really hard for one person to run. So most of the time, artists will bring on other people, helpers, to help. Sometimes it's volunteers. Most artists do pay because it is labor at the end of the day. You're asking somebody else to man the booth with you 8 hours a day, not including setup and breakdown, for like 3 days. Anime Expo ran over 4 days in 2024. And you want these people to do this unpaid? Again, it's one thing if it's like a family friend, whatever, and then you're like, hey, like, remember last week when your car broke down and I helped jump your car and then I also mowed your lawn the week prior? Can you just like scratch my back for this one and cover my booth for me, like help each other out? That's one thing, but like when you're an artist as big as Ross Draws, I am sure that Ross Draws has some deep pockets, probably because of the size of his YouTube channel, etc., his other ventures, selling books and art, stuff like that, and you don't want to pay people like the minimum wage it is to make them work for that weekend. Like, to me, that's just weird. I've watched a lot of other artist vlogs of artists vending at conventions. An artist I asked to be volunteer said, well, it's not paid implied, they'll buy us a 3-day badge for the convention, so we don't pay for badges. Yeah, like, it is 50-50, Some artists do look for volunteers, some artists do compensate. In my opinion, if you do have the financial means for it, which I don't know Ross Draws' finances, but I would be hard pressed to imagine he can't afford the labor. I would really hope you pay the people working, especially because his booth is fucking large. Okay, it's not just like you're just kind of chilling around eating a sandwich behind the booth. Like Ross Draws' booth is big. I was there in 2023 at Anime Expo. It is large. His booth is a lot of work. Jay, I sold at vintage and artist markets. Even though I never made much, I still paid the people who helped me and got them food and covered transportation. Yeah, see, that is like, in my opinion, just ethical labor, right? Like, I've hosted events before on my stream. I pay my mods for the labor I use them for on those events. It's digital. You're all sitting behind the screen, but still, you're putting in time to help me run this thing. I will still pay you just because I want to. Right? I just think it's ethical to pay you for your labor. Yeah. I know that if I put out a tweet being like, any volunteers for this, I'm gonna get so many people who are willing to do it for free. But I feel unethical exploiting people's willingness to do free labor for me. That's just me though. I'm curious about your thoughts at the end of the day. But I just think it's weird. So Fen continues, Ross doesn't like to pay people. He will do his best to get volunteers, but if you bring up payment, he's very quick to take it away. And we're somebody who isn't afforded many opportunities like this, and you want to do anything you can to preserve it. And I did agree to volunteer for this. I had only brought it up because I found out other people had been paid, were getting paid, or had their flights reimbursed. After my experience with Ross, I think he knows that people want to get close to him and will take advantage of that. I'm in the same boat. I know there's a lot of people who want to do stuff for me for free. I say no to all of it because I don't want to exploit you. You know what I mean? Like if you made me a fan
What is
art,
that?
I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for any fan art I receive. But I have people in my DMs being like, I'm willing to do stuff like
What the hell?
I say no to all of it.
You took the light away. What the hell? Bro, what is this? It has little gummy strawberries. How do you get the video game small like video small like that? Oh. If you're using Google a Google browser, you can click on the what do you call it? If you're on YouTube, you click on the far right button. It'll look like a little, I don't know how to explain it. Hold on. So like, say you go to this corner right here. Right here, you click that, and then it says picture in picture. Right here, and you click that, and then it pulls it out.
Well, then I can just pay somebody here. Okay, we can talk when it comes closer.
Okay, now we can see it.
That is so weird by law.
No problem.
You want somebody to do labor because you won't even pay for their transportation.
Should it be this like?
To get to you?
Ready? Yes. Because strawberry chocolate bits all over.
I don't know how much money Ross makes, but you for sure can afford to pay like a couple people to do your.
That's good.
I have seen artists much smaller.
Also, there's Lindor chocolates in there too.
A lot of artists make
okay.
And they're out here paying their help.
You finish that.
Ross also asked me to pay for San Diego.
You're gonna lie again? That's mean. Alright. Okay, so that's, I think I did it. So I got pretty close to the original here. Not that bad. Has its problems.
Yes, I agree.
At the end
not
of
bad.
AX, my coworker is trying to tell me that $830.
Yeah, it does
way
look
too
delicious.
expensive. And like it was a no-brainer for
Got
Ross
pretty
to decline.
close, but mine's a
While
little
he
bit off.
self-admitted
The
that
leg
when
is a
he
little
was
bit
another
off. I should
he
fix
paid
that.
$1,600 and Ross pays
What do you guys
way
think?
more
Look
than
good?
me for his home. So to be told by two other people that $830 was too expensive and an egregious number to ask was just gross. So here are the DMs. This happened June 25th, 2024. Ross says, okay, cause I might keep you for San Diego Comic Con. And Fen says, ... when San Diego Comic Con? JK, I looked it up, bro. Ross says, LOL, what? And Fen says, unless you're paying my July rent, I can't stay the whole month. And Ross says, ha ha ha, you get a whole July vacation. Fen says, it's okay, I've already done the math. My rent and utilities is total is
Pretty close.
$830. Venmo, Zelle.
All right.
Oh, trust me, I would love to just spend time in Cali all of July, but I'm broke. And Ross says, LMFAO. Sorry, this is gonna come out kind of rude. Is Ross like extremely privileged? Did he just not grow up with like any suffering? Or maybe he's just so out of touch with reality at this point because he's a large creator now. Woo! That he doesn't realize, hey, you know, when you ask people to like sit in your house for a month, you think it's a vacation. People still have bills to pay. So how do you think they're gonna make the $830 to pay their rent? Like, just genuinely wondering. Penny, it's giving, quote, so no one else got a Tesla for their 16th birthday, end quote. Yeah, like, this is reading really out of touch to me. Also, $830 is really cheap for rent. Maybe
Okay.
I'm out of touch, right? Because I've only lived in California, but I'm from California. I live in California. I've lived here my whole life. I lived in China. $830 for rent and utilities is quite cheap. My portion of the rent is $1,600, not including utilities. I live in LA with two roommates. Two roommates, by the way. It's just LA. It's LA stuff. But yeah, $830 rent and utilities, one, is very cheap. But two, I think if your employer, right, because in this case, Ross Draws is employing Fen to work as hired help or unpaid help, right? You should pay if you want them to stay there for a month. Oh, my kitty, my cat. Look at him. So Fen continues. Ultimately, though, did I get paid for Anime Expo 2024? Yes. But how I got paid was weird. It's the end of the first day, and Ross is saying that we need a third person. My coworker said he has a friend that he can ask, so he's texting his friend. My coworker turns to Ross and asks how much is the pay again. Ross says minimum wage, and the friend agrees. I am sitting there dumbfounded. I have sold activities before. This is not my first convention for Ross. I flew out here for Ross, and the friend we bought on has never done a convention before, is relatively local, and Ross decided to pay him without question. So I brought it up to Ross, and he essentially offered me exposure in lieu of payment. Sorry, I had to pause because my jaw was on the fucking floor. He thought I didn't believe him, but it wasn't out of whether or not he can. Why are you picking and choosing who to pay like this when I have actual experience and I flew out here? By the way, offering exposure for payment is fucking disgusting. Like,
It is.
Who do you think you because fuck it, I don't want to pay you for your labor.
Yeah.
Straight up. Look, exposure doesn't pay Fen's rent. It doesn't pay Fen's utilities. You're wild for saying that. Fen continues, but you would have never taken me anywhere in my career. He uses his connections as more of a dangling carrot. He wouldn't go out of his way to actually introduce me to anyone in the industry, and would actually get upset if he tried to talk to his friends in the industry. The only people he has introduced me to are people.
Mono said, teacher, I'm tired, so I will go.
Alright, have a good night. Do your thing.
But he'll talk to them for 30 minutes and won't introduce me. This happened multiple times. If you're gonna use your network as a way to avoid paying me, you can't just gatekeep that very same network from me. By the way, I just hate people like that in general, people who gatekeep. But there's a fair amount of content creators who are weird like that too.
Said bye.
If they think you're gonna become friends with their friends who are also content creators that have followers, and like you're trying to be friends with them just because you think they're cool and you want to be friends with them, but they think you're like taking away their opportunity or like you're stealing their connection. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just gets really messy and I don't like that. Like one time I was at an event at TwitchCon and this streamer came up to me and she's like, "Hey Kat, I love your stuff, blah, blah, blah. By the way, how do I get to your talent agency? I love your talent agency. I would love to like join them, da, 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 da." And I said, "Oh my god, one of my talent managers is right here. Let me go grab him and introduce you guys to each other so you guys can start talking." Yeah, I literally found the guy, Alex. I was like, "Hey Alex, da, 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 come here. Hey, there's these streamers, they're a pair. And they're really cool, and they really would, love to like join Nani. So, Alex, here's them, streamers, here's Alex." And I was like, "I'm gonna leave you guys to talk. I'm just gonna go over here and get some food." It doesn't hurt me to give other people more opportunities. You know what I mean? Like me introducing them to my talent agency does not change the fact that my talent agency will still work with me.
Yeah,
I literally lose nothing.
she's not wrong.
If anything, I gain because if they do join the talent agency,
It
then
looks
the
good on
talent
you.
agency has more people, more connections, and then that'll also bring me more opportunities. Like,
Yep.
So it's just weird. I hate people who gatekeep like that. It's just so annoying. Fen continues. Now the actual convention. It was weird in my opinion. Ross is very aware of appearances and how everything looks, which it's a convention and that makes sense to a degree. But we didn't have working lights on the first day and Ross was just pacing around the booth, frustrated and upset. Did the booth look a little dull? Maybe, but it was such a minor thing at the end of the day and it ruined his mood for a whole day. He also didn't buy electricity apparently. He eventually did, but initially wanted to ask our neighbors for electricity. I refused to ask because they paid for theirs and our issues aren't their responsibility. Okay, that is again weird. Like, I think it's odd that the conventions will ask you to pay for electricity. Is that common? I don't know. Don't try to mooch off other people, just pay. Ross doesn't like to work at conventions. A lot of people come for Ross, but many times I had to tell people that Ross isn't here and won't be here for a couple hours. Yeah, sometimes he showed up at the time I said, or other times it'd be an hour or two later. When he gets there and anyone asks him a question about the booth, he will literally slide out of the way and point to me or my coworker. He probably couldn't run his booth on his own at all. He has even said he wanted us employees to keep things running so he can, quote, do his own thing, end quote, which tends to be talk to his fans that tell him how much they love him or talk to his friends. He's in the exhibitor hall. He has always been in the exhibitor hall, but this year Ross was upset about the sales. The reason he told himself is that his people are in the artist alley, which I do agree to an extent. Ross is rarely in the artist alley. The points that I brought up to him about his sales are as follows. One, his dedicated fans have all the prints they want from him, especially because Ross was on a hiatus and didn't come back with a good library of new prints. Only a couple at best. It's not a good sign when multiple customers have said, quote, "I need to check the inventory before buying," end quote. That's like a suffering from success thing.
I wonder if Bean's still here.
A lot of people go to the exhibitor hall to buy more physical and corporate merch. They go buy their art in the artist alley. People tend to go to the exhibitor hall first, then the artist alley, especially because people accidentally go to the exhibitor hall first thinking it's the artist alley, since it's right there in your face and the artist alley is in the basement. Yep. Lovely old Kentia Hall with zero freaking oxygen in there. 3. New people aren't as enticed to buy prints from an artist they don't know when you consider the price. Ross's prints run $30 or 3 prints for $60. Buy 2, get 1 free. With the state of the economy the way it is, people are more conscious with their spending, even at conventions. When I told him this, Ross got defensive, saying that his art is worth it. Pricing it any less would cheapen his art. In my opinion, this falls into the charge what you're worth mentality, which tends to lead to very toxic pricing, which leads to anti-consumer pricing. Look, in my opinion, artists are completely entitled to charge whatever prices they want. You also have to be realistic, and if you charge really high prices and the economy sucks, you're gonna get less sales. It is what it is. You are completely valid to charge $30 for a print. Just don't be mad that because the economy is bad, people can't afford $30 prints. This next part made me realize how into himself Ross is. There was this fan that wanted to buy Ross and the employees dinner. We settled on K-barbecue and Ross just didn't want to do it. He wanted to have more separation and didn't want it to become an obligation. Ross didn't want to plan it, so he almost gave this guy my number without my consent. I had to talk him out of it. We did have dinner with this guy
what?
And they're great people. The reason why we ended up going was because Ross was having a bad couple of days and said, quote, "It'll be nice to talk to somebody who loves him. It'll generate some good karma for myself." Wait, not that I should do it for the good karma, but it will be a good thing to do, end quote. This is like reading to me like he thinks he's a K-pop idol, you know? Like, I don't know. while. This is the thing, guys. Look, don't ever meet your idols, bro. You're gonna be disappointed. I used to be a big fan of Ross Draws. I met him at
She's
Anime
not
Expo
wrong.
in 2023, and then I bought an art book from him because I love art books, so I just collect them. A little sad hearing this. Don't meet your idols, guys. But Fan continues, that was my last experience with Ross at Anime Expo, but the issues don't end there. He talks about his burnout in his latest YouTube videos and seeking mental health treatment, but he presents this in a disingenuous way. In his YouTube video, he said he checked himself into a mental health retreat for a week. The issue here is the word retreat. There is no
Yes.
such thing as a mental health
Retreat.
and a clinical
Yes,
therapeutic
that's the
session.
problem.
Literally in a
Too many people treat the so-called mental health retreat or mental health anything into a joke. It's a fucking joke. People use that term as a joke to get away from whatever the hell they're doing instead of fixing the problem. It's like it's another code word or dog whistle for like, I'm gonna take a vacation because I can't deal with this. Not go fix the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Wellness in spiritual sense. Especially
Can't
if
take
it's
them
described as a
seriously.
group
Whenever
setting,
someone
it's
says I need a
spiritual
mental
or
health
positive
retreat, I don't
trauma.
take you
If you ever went
seriously.
down the spiritual rabbit hole, you'll know how
She's
problematic
right.
these circles are and don't encourage actual healing. Now, if he went into this as something supplemental, that would be one thing. But he uses language in his video to make it sound like a legitimate clinical setting when it's not. He also has told me that he got a spiritual download from the spirit guides that told, quote, the universe is here to support him. Everything in the universe is for him to use, end quote.
Are
My
you
experience with
serious?
wisdom have supported this through and through.
This
By
is
the way,
cultist
I just have to say,
thinking.
like, you know when the spirit guides tell you things,
Yes,
like,
I
the whole
agree.
point is
This
to
is
take it with a
stupid.
grain of salt. If the spirit guides tell you the universe is here to support you and everything in the universe
It's a
is here for
cultist
you to use,
response.
it doesn't
That's
literally
some
mean
cult
to use
talking.
all
What
the
the
people
fuck?
around you like disposable resources. So in the screenshot, there's some DMs between Fen and Ross. This is June 13th,
That's stupid.
2023, where Fen says, how's
I
your
don't
mom
take
crying?
anyone
Did you
seriously
find
when they
yourself
say
yet? And
that.
Ross says, I got back from a mental health, emotional health wellness retreat and I feel a million times better. This next part plays back into Ross talking about how bad his sales were at Anime Expo. If you remember, before Ross dropped off the face of the internet, he had a sale to clear out his merch because he wanted to come back with new merch. But then he went on his hiatus and then came back to cons with the same merch. And he refused
That
to get
shit
rid
is
of some
dumb.
of the stuff people were asking for. Prints like Sword Art Online, Ranny from Elden Ring, Wraith from Apex, he didn't want to stock up on those. It feels like he's treating conventions as a way to clear out the remaining inventory when that's what the sales were for back in 2023. We even had this Mulan print up from 2016 at Anime Expo 2024, which is a beautiful piece, but the style is so different and nothing about it screams Mulan. Really? And yeah, here you can see it in the DMs.
Yes, I
Also
agree.
The same day, June 13th, 2023, Ross writes, let me tell you my plan. I'm gonna do Anime Expo Comic Con and I'm gonna have a big event sale. That's basically like a summer epic sale to clear out my merch because I'll relaunch for the holidays, so it will be closed after that sale. Like a
Another
goodbye
one?
for now, end of summer until whatever sale, LMAO. My whole store will be on
Oh
sale.
my gosh.
And Ben says, ooh, okay, that's smart, especially after the 6 months of silence.
that a
The hype will be
chocolate?
there.
Yeah.
Ooh, a sale, I might
another
be
one.
finally
Someone's
able to afford a
cute,
print.
so I
And
put it
this
there.
is the Mulan print requested. Ben continues, this
Huh.
last bit is a more serious accusation. He has only provided me very minimal evidence in the grand scheme of things, so please use your best judgment. Ross is working on a new project right now. Which
Yeah,
is
I can really
another
taste the
art book,
caramel
and I
in that.
can't in good conscience encourage anyone to buy it. Something about the book just doesn't feel authentic. This book is supposed to
It's
be a
for me, or you
representation
want me
of
to
Ross
print?
and his journey through life, his burnout to be present in
Oh,
people.
damn
In
it.
my opinion,
Hold
nothing
on.
about the art, the characters, or the designs are authentic to Ross.
If you
Below
want
is a
me to go,
character
go
sheet
ahead.
that Ross has shown me
Alright.
that he worked on for the main character of his new book and is currently the profile picture of his Instagram. If you look at all the different versions, you can see there's a lot of inconsistencies with the style, how he's drawn and rendered. The weird oversized sleeve, the shorts, his hair, and the most important piece of all, the weird realistic render that's cropped out to the left. That's because all of this is AI, including his Instagram profile picture. He has shown me and admitted to me in person that he has used AI, but unfortunately these are
Okay.
all the pictures I have to show at the moment. I'm well aware that some of these images aren't released yet to the public, but the ones that will be released will have been painted over to hide any traces of AI. And here we can see these are the photos that have not been released yet of this character. Here we can see the side-by-side turnaround of the character. Here's some more close-ups. This kind of feels AI to me. This is his profile photo. I know any proof I have around this is sparse because he's very intentional with when and how he shares images. Below, I've attached an image of his newest Alphonse print. I hope I read that right. But I've also attached a work in progress that he sent of the piece. At first, nothing looks out of the ordinary, but then you look at the legs. There's a lot of weird mechanical artifacts that don't make sense. And since Alphonse is artist, I will say in Ross Draws' videos, he's made videos in the past about his art process. And in his art process, he uses a process called photo bashing, where he will take pictures and then bash the pictures together and then paint over the photo bash. Again, I do not know him personally, right? I've met him in person twice, but I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if he has painted over AI because it fits in his art process of photo bashing. When you take a bunch of
Oh,
pictures,
yeah.
bash it together, and then paint over it. That is his art process. So what's to say maybe AI wasn't used as part of the photos that were smashed together to then be painted over. You know what I mean? As long as you have the licenses to use the photos, that is a very valid way to.
Hello, Rev. What's going on?
Too. Just make sure again you have the license for the 3D model you're tracing over, right? Plenty of free ones, etc. Don't be stealing models and then painting over those. Don't be stealing pictures and painting over the pictures, right? Use it with consent. It is a very valid process. Now, taking AI art pieces and then painting over that, not valid anymore. So, Fen continues, these are supposed to be the landscapes in his book. Some of them feel very Ross draws, but a couple feel nothing like what Ross does at all. I wish I had some of the larger files, but Ross tends to show these low-res screenshots, making it very difficult. But if you see some of the highlighted images and compare them to his other landscapes,
Wrong response. What does that mean? Who
So
are you watching?
like
What's her name? Cat in chat. That's her name. She's explaining some type of drama going on in the art world.
The unwillingness to pay. I think that's also fair to Adam, though. I do totally get it. I can read a little bitter, right? Because this person has had a poor experience with Ross, and their bitterness is what inspired them to make this post.
What do you mean by wrong
also like
response?
that I do think is like fair to mention as well. But yeah, so here are some of the artworks, some of the comparisons. Yeah, I mean these ones definitely don't necessarily feel as much in his style as like other pieces.
One second, guys.
Maybe it's AI, right? It's hard to tell when the pictures are this small. Ross had also asked me on people's take with AI multiple times as a way to see if people are becoming more open to using AI. So that way he'll be able to eventually come out with it. I have shared with him videos from creators talking about AI hate, and he always leaves me on red. So this is Ross, June 13, 2023, writing, also, do people still really hate AI? And then 9 months later, now we're in March 7, 2024, Ross writes, okay, I will think. What's the vibe of digital art nowadays? Short form content and AI hate? So Fen continues, I also suspect he's taking a lot of the inspiration for his art from the people around him to the point of stealing. His newest character that he's posting everywhere, Hollow, was a character that was made back on his Twitch when he was streaming regularly. But there are aspects to this character that are present now that weren't back then. Now, I know the first thought is
And here's Cat in chat. She's talking about like art problems, art like drama and stuff.
But the eyes. He even gave a half-hearted reason about the impression or the scar on his face, saying that when you rest your hand on the face it leaves a scar, and that the glitch pattern is due to him having carpal tunnel. He has never mentioned to anyone prior to this, or other people close to him, that he has carpal tunnel. So I'm not inclined to believe this excuse. That and when I was at his place for Anime Expo, he showed me that he was playing around with this retro, grainy, and bitmap texture because it looked cool. There was no real meaning behind this. Also because he asked for my opinion on the logo for his new book, and which one looked better. It was all mostly the same, but the only difference was a random symbol he drew. I asked him what it meant to him, and he responded, quote, what do you mean? It just looks cool, end quote. But if this is supposed to be a book about you and your journey, it should have some meaning, not because it looks cool. Which brings me back to the eyes. There's a mutual friend that all the effects, patterns, and themes behind Hollow that I believe Ross has taken from. Not just from inspiration, but ripped from entirely. Because in the video, he has given no meaning to these eyes, but they are everywhere. This is not my story to tell, but this is something that needs to be brought to light. So here we have the character Hollow. Fen continues, this character here, the main character of the book, was also called Kid. Ross ended up changing the name of the character because he was allegedly caught copying the name and the motifs of the character from our mutual friend.
Oh shit.
A younger version of himself.
This dude, I swear.
And mouth motifs everywhere. Our mutual friend has also themes of retro games and text for over a decade. These motifs weren't originally present in the design, and now Russ is doubling down on including them everywhere he can without giving them a real meaning. He can say he took inspiration from my friend, but the original idea was supposed to be about music and all the different aspects of yourself coming together like a symphony. It feels weird to switch from that to the eyes, demon, retro bitmap textures. He also included a little sprite companion for this kid, just like our mutual friend, who has a sprite-like character with an eye. Ross's sprite-like character has two eyes. There is such a fine line of taking inspiration from your friends and taking everything they do, rebranding it, and calling it your original work.
Yeah, that's
mutual friend. I will say this type of vibe isn't typically what Ross draws, but again, maybe he's being experimental. And then here is the Kid character. Then continues, especially because if you tell Ross your own experience or an idea that you have,
you might use it.
Dismiss it entirely, but then bring it up again like it was only a decade ago and rarely touched it. I was talking about it when I was at Anime Expo, and at the end of the trip, he was inspired to bring it back for his next project. I also have an OC with the name Icarus, and when he learned the name, not too long after, he decided to make a project called Icarus.
Wow! This dude!
Similar ideas, but this is a common thing that is going on. Even at conventions, he will tell me to go around and look for ideas for him to use. Oh, That's interesting. And again, all of these aren't problematic by themselves, but when you add the fact he's using AI and is so liberal with the use of photo bashing, it makes you wonder how he sources his ideas. In Ross's book, Nemaverse, he has a self-insert character of himself called Flip that's supposed to represent his love of cooking. But Ross is notoriously known for not cooking at all. And as somebody who stayed with him multiple times, I can vouch for this. A really nice kitchen, but all I see are salad kits, meal delivery, and energy drinks. So why is you self-inserting a chef with a cat when you don't cook and have a dog?
Oh shit.
He also calls Flip a dream cooker, and our mutual friend is working in a game where you're a dream chef. So this looks to be the self-insert character with a cat. Ben continues, speaking of Ross's dog Melio, I'm very uncomfortable with how Ross treats Melio. Or Milo? Sorry. Saying Melio
That's
like
Milo.
the freaking League of Legends champ. Milo doesn't really have any toys to play with. The last time I stayed there, Ross bought Milo a ball that he tore apart in an hour, and that's it. He doesn't give him any treats or snacks. And one day, Milo was bothering Ross, and Ross just yelled at Milo. But when I look around, it turns out his water bowl is empty, and he just wanted water, so I filled it myself. And the way Ross yells at Milo isn't just a misbehaving yell, but it was a deep, low register, angry yell. This was just how he acted with Milo when I was present, so I can only imagine when I'm not there. This also just adds to my belief that he doesn't see things as what they are and only props, because we only see Milo when he has to make content for Instagram and YouTube. Overall, his behaviors as a business feels more like a grift rather than creating for the sake of creating. His Kickstarter for Nemo was a mess. He kept saying he was making anime out of his characters, but you don't hear anything about it. He made a statue of Nima and accepted pre-orders, but there have been no real updates about it. I have asked him about the statue and if there are any updates, but he has ignored those remarks and still brings the statue to
We're
promote
League of
at
Legends.
conventions. And during his hiatus, he has only
Hey, what's
made a
up, bro?
post to promote that he's selling at a convention or to launch a product. Then we never hear about it again. I also will say we've definitely seen a lot of grifts over the days of people making things like games on Kickstarter and never delivering. Maybe the production is just slow. I don't know how long ago this statue was made. Ben continues, one last thing I want to mention about Ross to speak on his inflated sense of self is that he compares himself to Kim Jong-ji.
Are you
He's
serious?
working with a publisher for his next book and wants to price it higher than necessary because Kim Jong-ji books are also expensive. In my opinion, this is a comparison and statement that never should have happened. I actually don't know who Kim Jong-ji is. Oh, I recognize his art. Okay, I
How
don't
you
know
not
his
know
name,
who he
but
is?
His art is extremely recognizable. Okay, yeah, wait, I recognize this guy. Oh, well, I mean, Kim's a dope. So these are the DMs.
Yeah, he
this
is.
happens July
Rest
11th,
in- rest in peace,
2024.
though.
Ross says, yeah, that makes sense story-wise.
Yeah.
Kim Jong-ji books are like $1 billion. I know I'm not him, but still, it's like a similar energy. But I am a little friendlier brand, so maybe it's okay. Ben said it's definitely not a similar energy. Two completely different vibes, and Kim Jong-ji is more well-known. While you're well-known only in the niche that you're in. I stopped comparing yourself to him, TBH. Also, a completely different publisher. He's also very much considered to be one of the masters of the generation at this point. And Ross Straw says, I'm gonna try at least 50. We'll see. I don't know, I feel weird devaluing my work, but it's a big publisher, so I feel they'll really fuck up on my behalf. But Fen continues, one of the last things I will mention is that a part of me thinks Ross may be racist or have racial biases. For context, I'm a black man, Haitian American. While we were having dinner one day, Ross decided to see us by race. I don't even want to finish reading that. Why?
Finish the
Saying
damn
Koreans and
story.
Vietnamese and points to me and calls me the diversity hire. I just have to sit there and awkwardly wait. I feel like everyone felt just as awkward and nobody really said anything and we moved on. Guys, do I
Oh, now.
Nitroclose says what?
Oh shit. So the dude who's making this this story, the dude who's having problems with Ross was happened to be a black guy. He's Nigerian, I guess. And they made a joke. I guess he made a joke towards him from Ross saying that he's called him a diversity hire. That's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. Let's go.
have to explain why seating people by race is fucking weird. I thought we left that back.
Nitroclose says LMAO.
You know,
That shit's funny. I'm not gonna lie. That's rude, but it's funny as hell, though. It's funny.
Ben continues. Then Ross has this character in the book, a girl with a dark skin tone, and she was one of my favorites in the book.
Wait, go back.
But overcooks or have racial biases. For context, I'm a black man, Haitian American. While we were having dinner one day, Ross decided to see us by race. I don't even want to finish reading that. Why? Saying the Koreans, the Vietnamese, and points to me and calls me the diversity hire. I just have to sit there and awkwardly laugh.
Shit.
I feel like everyone felt just as awkward, but nobody really said anything, and we moved on. Guys, do I have to explain why seating people by race is fucking weird? I thought we left that back in like the 1900s. You know?
Bitch, you are not. Are you serious? Are you serious? 1900s? Are you that out of touch? You must be out of touch. You are out of touch if you're saying stupid shit like this. No, I'm dead serious. I'm not even being dead ass. Did she really just say 1900s? Are you kidding me? Aren't you an artist? You must know that shit is going on since 2015. Like, it's been like it's been going on like more prominently from 2015 up to this point. Are you kidding me? 1900s. You fuck out of here with that. You full of shit. You know diversity shit happens all the time. DEI, ESG, all that shit. Bridge. Come on, dude. If you work as a artist and you do anything from character design, video game work, anything that's in the creative space that has to do with anything with certain IPs and stuff, you will hear this term somewhere down the line in organization. Ubisoft has a whole website called the DEI whatever fuck diversity X Y and Z focusing on people of color, LGBT, blah blah blah. Like, come on, you full of shit. No, she's out of touch. You full of shit. 1900s. You fucking dumb.
You know, Ben continues, then Ross has this character in the book, a girl with a dark skin tone, and she was one of my favorites in the book. But over time, he lightened
bitch,
skin
are you
tone,
dumb?
had covered her up so much, and gave her more Eurocentric features overall. Below, I only have 2 images, unfortunately, since again, he's very intentional on what he sends. The first image is the original lineup, and the character on the right had her afro, a little darker, still covered, but overall still looked great. Below that, he tried to make sure Fro looked more flowy and straight, removing those Afrocentric features. It made her skin more yellow. I don't have the image of the current iteration, but she's even more covered up, while all the other characters are essentially naked and in bodysuits. He also has a bad reputation on depicting people with darker skin tones over the years. And it was allegedly to me that used the N-word, mainly when he was singing songs, but it doesn't make it any more okay. There were other things much worse alleged to me, but it'd be very obvious where he heard some of these from. And given the fact that he also fought me on pavement but would pay other employees without a hassle only makes me believe this further. Oh, so I'm guessing this is the character, right? The one with the afro, and then, oh, he like straightened the hair out. She's...
Shut up. That one? Wait, is that her originally and then she went to this? What the fuck? Let me see if you guys can see it. Hold on, I'm gonna make it bigger. Can I make it any more bigger? No, I can't. So it's like, I think that's her. Oops, sorry. I think it's that one. And then he switched her to be look like this one. Oh yeah, okay, this was their first iterations, and then this is their more up-to-date versions of each other. Okay, I get it now. Okay. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think that's big of a deal. Black women like to say they like to switch it up all the fucking time. So like, what's the big fucking deal? Have you not seen what happened to? Look at Beyonce for instance. Remember when she was in wasn't she in Destiny Child? Look at what she's in Destiny Child and look at her now. Woman, look like a straight white woman. Don't fucking play this game. I have no problem with this.
Lighter. You could maybe argue that it's different.
I have no problem with this.
Whatever. I've been told that many people just let this go and hope that the consequences of his actions catch up to him. But this is how the cycle keeps perpetuating itself. Again, I can't speak for other people that has worked for Ross, and nor do I want people to pester anybody else surrounding this topic. I've spoken to Ross about my feelings on all of these issues just to be told, thank you for telling me and honoring your truth, and that he's big enough to process and learn from this. But in order to protect himself...
Anyone who says anything about your truth, our truth, they're fucking lying. 9 times out of 10, when they say your truth, it's usually a lie. It's the truth. You know what I'm saying?
And his energy, he needs to distance himself from me, which left a bad taste in my mouth because I know it's hard to hear criticism, but to paint it as protecting himself from this energy sounds like a way to remove the only other person who is trying to hold him accountable for his actions. He doesn't want to be held accountable, which means the next person to take my place in his life will only deal with the same issues as I have. There are probably other things that I'm missing for now, but this is all I can remember at this moment.
So wait, let me get this straight. So you're only making this this complaint because he totally shut you out of his life now? Is that what this is? Are you serious? This sounds like a disgruntled employee. You now saying this while he kicked you out of his life? So let me get this straight. If he didn't kick you out of life, would you written this? Oh, because you didn't get compensated the way you wanted, therefore you. Come on, man. Some bullshit. That's some bullshit. To be fair, they don't wear their natural hair that often. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I have no issue with it. That's exactly what I'm saying. Brian gets what I'm saying. It's like they don't usually wear their natural hair anyway, and when you tell them to, it's like a yuck, like a attack or something. So yeah, I don't see no problem with this. He changing the hair from the actual symmetric features. It's still like it's still intact. It's just not as the same as the rest. Like what the fuck? Like what the hell? It's not big of a deal. And it's his damn character. He doesn't have to do. It's his damn character. Whether it's supposed to represent a black person or not, it's his damn character. I'm not gonna tell someone to do with their fucking character just because I think race-wise they're supposed to be this way. It's their damn character. Leave them the fuck alone.
Maybe I'm wrong, right? Most of the time, people don't accuse other people of racism lightly. So here's what some commenters have to say. Mikey Morrow comments, ew, but honestly not surprised considering he was one of the first YouTubers I saw to make a video about it and was hyped for using it in his workflow. And Beazle says, to be fair, the tech was more of a novelty back then. But still, when things got more advanced, he just dove deep instead of realizing how awful of a thing it is. I think this video potentially could be what is referenced, pro artist versus AI art. Maybe we can be friends. And this video from Ross has 153k views 2 years ago. Then Beazle writes, I can personally say that I've been shown a lot of this work from Ross himself about a year ago, and I could instantly tell it was made heavily with AI. Personally, if somebody references AI, I tend to not care. But Ross is somebody whose entire brand is based on being transparent and learning how to create art from your imagination. I can confirm and have seen with my own eyes that a lot of his new works that are public, as well as things not published yet, are heavily using Gen AI. And he is intentionally misleading his community and business partners into thinking it isn't. And another commenter, K-Time, writes, this 100%. It's fraud if you're presenting AI as original art. In my opinion, Ross was always more of a content creator than an artist, but it's a shame nonetheless if he went down this path. I'll wait for more evidence to come out before I really pass.
Maybe that's why I don't really like watching his
videos. Another commenter,
videos.
Funtime Laughing, writes, why does he even need to do this? He can actually draw, so why is he now using AI? So that he can make money? Most people don't want to buy products that were made by somebody who couldn't
That's
even
usually
do it
what
themselves.
it is.
Specifically, if the person is able to make quality content. Diesel responds, he told me himself he doesn't even like drawing. He quit art school to try to become an actor and he sucked at that, so went back to art. His rebrand is him supposedly quitting art and going into music. For him, it's just business and he likes the attention. And Diesel continues, what I mean by quote, he doesn't like drawing, end quote, is he said he's over it. It takes him too long to make things, hence why he's now using AI and laughing about it, and he enjoys other things more, like making music. Funtime Laughing says he really needs to focus on himself and not do this kind of stuff, like focus on ways to get music and shit to work. Like he needs to figure out how to make himself happy with his work, because it's just sad and scummy to use AI in this way. And Beazle responds, I won't share specifics on personal accounts, but I can tell you I tried very patiently to point out several issues with his behavior in person. It resulted in him lashing back at me and guilting me. He needs real professional therapy before he can work on himself.
No, he needs a retreat.
He calls a mental health retreat. That just inflated his.
Yes, that if anyone tells you I want a mental health retreat, they are full of shit. They didn't do anything. They want a vacation. Those are two different things. Those are two. If you went to therapy, that's one thing. When you say mental health retreat, you just told me you want a vacation. You didn't go in to get no real help. You went to go to like the Bahamas or some shit. No, fuck you.
Go further. So Victoria writes, I looked at all his socials. Are you sure he posted this and not an AI bro? And Beazle said he showed this to me himself in person. It's his work 100%. And another user, Waffle Time Cat, writes, unsurprising given his NFT phase, but still disappointing. The Art Gun writes, a true shame to see this come out. Some missteps at the beginning of a career make sense, but continuous unequal treatment of business partners and friends. If everything in the doc is true, it's quite bad and inexcusable. And Beazle says, I can confirm without a doubt, all this is true, and there's so much worse not being said due to Fen
mental health retreat to Las Vegas, right?
And then Beazle
I can't take you serious.
Made by Fen, writing another ex-employee and artist speaking up about Ross. So this is a post Fen or Fennec Soul made on their page, writing a former employee has also shared her thoughts, sharing on here with permission. The employee goes by the handle Mindoodly, and they write, first and foremost, I'd like to state that I personally don't think that Ross is an evil individual with malicious intent. He can be a kind person who cares deeply about those around him. I do not pray for his downfall, nor am I sharing my story to contribute to that. Rather, I hope that my experiences serve as a warning to aspiring young artists who end up working for larger artists in the industry. With that being said, his business practices are unethical. Although Ross works extremely hard, he is also very privileged to the point where he doesn't understand the importance of fairly compensating his team. In his Google Doc, Ben talks about how he didn't get paid for working his first con with him, and he includes a screenshot where Ross assumed that he was volunteering. If anybody has worked a convention booth, they know how exhausting and labor intensive that position is. It's basically sales with extra long hours. You're constantly on your feet, generating sales, and barely have any time to eat. Maybe it's just me, but not paying for somebody's labor when they're literally making you money seems like an advantageous move. Not to mention the power balance at play because younger fans are less willing to put up boundaries. When I first began working for Ross, I started at minimum wage. This was partly on me because I didn't negotiate pay even though I had previous administrative experience. I was young, excited for the opportunity, and I figured I could ask for a fair raise after proving myself. So I kept my head down and did the absolute best I could. It was basically akin to a startup environment, and his studio grew quickly with the release of Nima and Patreon campaigns. As his only employee at the time, I quickly learned to wear many hats: personal assistant, executive assistant, con booth worker,
God
e-commerce
damn.
manager, order fulfillment, customer service, Patreon co-host, video editor, graphic
Wow.
designer, the list goes on.
Holy
It was fun and
shit.
insightful, but my stress grew as my workload increased. When the time came, I did my research on how much executive assistants were getting paid. Keep in mind, I was living in Los Angeles. It was dumb of me at the time, but I actually had to dig into my savings to supplement this job. I even took on a brief side gig.
Why would
Although
you do
it's a
that?
huge jump from my starting wage, I think I asked for something along the lines of $22 an hour because of all the work I was doing. He declined and raised me to $15. This is insane. I pay my editor double this. Like, more
What?
than double, and he doesn't live in LA. I continued to do all of that and work for just $15 an hour. By the end of my time here, I was only raised to
$15 an
$17,
hour?
which was when he bought his house.
For all
and saw
that?
a drastic increase in business from his
Bro,
hard
no.
work, which was my idea.
Like-
I saw all it.
Bro, if I had money like Ross, I would at least pay my mods $30 an hour for all that work. She's doing all that work. $30 to $40 an hour, probably even $50. That's a lot of work for all those titles. Like, what the hell? That's a lot of work. Jesus Christ. And you're doing all that by yourself? No, bro, you gotta need double than that. I would $30 or $40 an hour at least. The highest probably 50. But Jesus Christ. You gotta play that Rihanna song.
His income streams and knew that I could be paid more.
Bitch,
Not
where
out of
is my money?
entitlement, but just by need to afford basic necessities like rent, groceries, etc. I had to vouch for the next assistant to be started at my current pay because he wanted to go lower. And in this economy, in SoCal, that's already pretty low for the kind of skills this niche job requires. On my last day, I actually showed him my budget to try and explain for the last time the importance of paying his employees fairly. He took a quick look at the paper and said, quote, "Wow, LA is really expensive. Are you gonna stay here?" End quote. Which I don't think was out of unkindness, but from being out of touch. This is kind of crazy though. Like, the out of touch is insane. Typically, for employers, a fair amount of times, employers would pay more based on where you live. As in, like, oh, if you do live in LA and we are based in LA, then we're gonna pay you more because LA's cost of living is higher, and we want you to come in person.
Right.
But if you live, I don't know, in Kansas, and you are working remote, well, you're going to be paid less because your cost of living is lower, but also because your job requirements are lower due to you being remote. I think it's weird that this employee lives in LA and Ross doesn't recognize that, hey, them being in LA is beneficial to you because they can help you in person for events, con attendance, whatever, right? A lot of cons are held in LA or near LA, like Anime Expo's in LA, San Diego Comic Con's only 2 hours away, 3 hours if you have traffic.
Right.
Like, it's not a sin to be out of touch. It just makes you a little bit insensitive to those around you. So Min continues, was I salty? Honestly, yes. I let myself get taken advantage of and devoted myself entirely to that job. I worked so hard and truly believed in the brand, especially seeing how many fans' hearts he touched. It was cool to be a part of something larger than myself. To be transparent, he did treat me to nice bougie dinners and gave me bonuses after cons and Christmas. But that didn't remove the struggle of living paycheck to paycheck. The dinners didn't pay my bills, and the bonuses would quickly disappear to buy groceries. I had a lot of moments like the scene in Parasite where the chauffeur dad is listening in on the mom's phone combo. I felt our class differences, and it was weird because I was working for him. This is just one example I'll share because I don't want the situation to snowball into a shit show. And it's scary for me to do so because I don't want it to seem like an attack on his character or that I'm trying to use this for my own gain. It's just disappointing that—
Trust me, lady. Once you said this on the internet, and no matter how nice it sounds, he's gonna take it as an attack. He will get rid of you as fast as possible. He needs that mental health retreat. The universe is for him and only for him. So since you're part of that said universe, you are the exposable, you're expandable. That's pretty much what he's gonna do. So you saying this, saying that you're not trying to attack his character, you even saying this in general in this context is just enough for his character to be attacked. So therefore, you will be excommunicated. That's what's gonna happen.
He hasn't learned after all these years.
People here
and
in
is
Brett would
continuing to
admire
take
your work.
advantage of
Thank
young
you.
fans.
I appreciate
The use
it.
of AI is upsetting as
Thank
well.
you.
To be honest, I know not many people will see this, and the reality of people getting canceled is that the whole situation blows over after 3 business days because everybody forgets. I just want this to serve as a warning for aspiring young artists and fans to be wary when entering the industry. Know your worth and stand up for yourself. I had a lot of good and bad moments on the job. Overall, I'm grateful for the experience because it eventually taught me to value myself and my contributions. That I deserve more. After 1.5-ish years, I left to pursue my own path of becoming an artist. I remember on the job he constantly made promises of helping me enter the industry. When I was working my portfolio and finished it, he asked to see it both times. It never amounted to any feedback or connections. I wasn't expecting anything in return because I figured he was busy, but it felt a little hurtful after him seeming like he was genuinely interested in helping me achieve my own dreams after I helped him with his. But that's not always the case, and it's okay because I ended up making it with the help of other amazing friends in my life, which I'm very fortunate and grateful for. So at the end of the day, we all need to support one another as artists. We know how difficult it is to make it in a world where many don't value the work that we do. We're already butting heads with studios and companies to be compensated fairly, so if we're hiring help from within our own community, we should fairly compensate them for their time and efforts. I think this is especially important if you're hiring young artists, as you're showing them that they are worth a living, hell, even thriving if you can afford it. Wage. It's disgustingly easy to get stuck in a desperate cycle where you only take jobs that don't pay well because being poor is expensive. I think that is also very well said. Artists should be paid fairly. Artists are notoriously underpaid. And it's just sad to see that here we have a scenario of an artist who is hiring for help and is continuing to underpay artists who are helping him. And Beazle commented under the quote retweet writing, "Dude living in a mansion with a literal moat. Meanwhile, paying his employees below living wages." And by the way, I could be wrong, right? Because in Phoenix's document, they were referencing a mutual with a character with a lot of eye and motifs and glitches. Pretty sure Beazle is the person that is being referenced here, you know, with all of the eye motifs and the mouths. Another example here. Another example
clips
of
do you
little
paint?
companions, you know, with the glitch effect. Not fully sure, would not be surprised. And Beazle adds, first move from a narcissist, when they are called out on bad behavior, one, they make it about how they feel. They change the discussion from the bad thing they did to how bad they feel that somebody would say blah blah blah. They wouldn't continue the conversation until you are okay with moving forward with the main subject of the conversation, reframe to focus on what they want you to focus on, essentially changing the subject and narrative of the discussion. This is a very basic manipulation tactic. Step 2, damage control. Try to hide until all the evidence is gone. Hope people forget. So this will be interesting. But as of now, Ross doesn't seem to have made any comments about it, any statements. His Twitter is dead. YouTube, he last posted a month ago. On his Instagram, no post about it either. So who knows? Likely he's probably just gonna lay low and hope that this whole thing blows over. I just feel really bad for everybody that is involved. I'll have all the people linked down below, Beazle and Phoenix, because it's so not fair that they had to go through all of this at the hands of this individual that is using this tool and allegedly AI artwork as well. So what are your thoughts on this whole thing? This really wraps it up to conclude. Don't meet your idols, guys, because you never know. And with that, I hope you like this video. If you do, I appreciate if you like and
We
subscribe.
got pretty close.
I also have an Etsy shop where I have digital goods and assets.
Alright, good for you. Anyway, that we got so pretty close to our drawing here. That was kind of cool. Let me exit out. We got so close to the pose. I'm saying I'm not trying to draw the character, but I got pretty close to the character based on the pose. So that was pretty cool. We're getting better and better as we pull off the next. Oop, you guys can't see it well. I'm sorry. Right there. I can zoom in for y'all. There we go. We got pretty close. Almost close. But mine's a little more chunkier. Chunky. A little more chunkier. Based on what I have. Let me see. Put this here. Yeah, that's one thing that's a little bit better. There we go. Yeah. And then put that. Oh. I have it self-contained within the sketch itself, so it's like line art and sketch at the same time to a certain degree. So we did 1 and then 2. That's 2 different drawings. Pull it up. Oh, make it a bit bigger. Go up there. Put it here. And I'll move her over here. Or I can just put them on the same plane, probably. There we go. Kind of cool. I'm gonna put like a third character that could be like them looking in 3 different directions. That's kind of cool. That's so cool. Alright, what should I do? I should do like, let me see. It's 7:58. I guess I'll do one more. Well, I actually like how I want them like looking on the opposite direction. Can I have her look in the opposite direction as well? Let me see. I do like this one. Let me see if I can find something. I guess I'll use this one just to fit in. I think this one, but is there any better pose? I can find a better pose in this one. Maybe. Oh my god, that scared the bejesus out of me. I do like the sideways path. I guess this one will be fine. It's pretty basic. And then I'll just put 3 of them in one sitting and then we'll just leave. Okay. So 9.
Yes, I agree.
Let's see. So it's like a 3, it's kind of like going in a circle. That'll be kind of cool. Let's find. No, not that one. Let's find something. Find a way. Mighty Ghost would be best.
You have to get everyone out. He's coming.
If only you knew the future we have in store.
You X-Men have been holding hands. We've been placing dominoes. You think there's really gonna be a war?
We shall not live our days wondering if we could have saved more.
We face this as we always have. Together.
That's gonna go hard, bro. Let's see. Seeing that stuff on Black Clover. I see. I've been stuck on Black Clover. Black Clover?
X-Men 97 was great. Like a dead ass, this is one of the best things Marvel's made in a long time. I was already a fan of the original animated series, and I liked some of the live action movies. Besides Logan and Last Stand when I was younger, I never went back to watch any of them. As a whole, I always liked the X-Men, but over time, I lost interest or flat out forgot about them. Granted, that could be more of a me problem if anything. But still, this was a much needed dub for Marvel.
A bird with the word came to me, the sweetness of a honeycomb tree.
Let me just talk about some of my personal highlights. Off the bat, they put me on to a lot of new characters. I remember watching the first episode like, who are these niggas? To be fair, I haven't seen the show in a long time, and it had like 5 seasons. It is very possible that all these people were in the original show, and I just missed them. Like Bishop. Apparently, he was in the original, but I never saw him. I had no idea
he was in the
who
original.
this nigga was before the show, but now I'm his biggest fan. When he teamed up with Cyclops for that Team Ultimate, bruh, that shit was clean.
Time for an exorcism, boss!
The early 2000s movies were mid.
He isn't in the
Yeah,
show
the movies
long,
were pretty
but
mid.
damn, did he make an impression. Homie is so dope. He almost made me want to pick up a comic book. I said almost. Don't get your hopes up.
Don't do it.
Don't you read mangas and stuff?
Hey, this ain't about me right now. But yeah, why have I not heard of him before? He should have been in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. He better be in MVC 4. So, here's a funny story. When I first saw Logan, I had no idea who this guy was. I remember thinking, who's this ashy nigga? So, at the time, I just assumed he was Morph. It wasn't until years later that I found out that this nigga's name was Caliban, and Morph was never in the movie. So yeah, I just thought I'd share that.
But anywho,
I liked Morph in this. They acted as the comic relief, but were still very capable on the field. I've been a fan of Storm since the first X-Men movie. Albeit not because of the character, though I did think it was dope.
Oh, most of them are pretty woke, that's why. Compared to like manga, most of them are pretty woke.
Like, it was mainly because I had a crush on...
Not the old stuff, not before like probably 2013, a little after 2015.
Holly Berry. Shit, I still do. Not gonna lie, you niggas had me hot in the first half. Taking her out when it was just getting good, this is kind of on brand in a way. It might have just been me, but I always felt in the original show, Storm was always taken out first. In hindsight,
no,
neither
none. Both Marvel and DC has turned kind of woke for a while.
She eventually comes back. I love the black fit. Magneto was one of my favorites back in the day, and still is now. I forgot just how strong Magneto is. I thought it was cool as hell when he moved the Golden Gate Bridge, but this nigga shut down the Earth. Seeing him try to honor Charles's wish while also still keeping to his ideals and beliefs was interesting. He really did give it his best try. I love the scene where Val releases him, saying what we've all been thinking.
Yes. Magneto knows us better than Charles ever did. He knows we know better. The scariest thing for Genosha wasn't the death or the chaos.
Yes, I agree.
Thought. The only sane thought you can have when being chased by giant robots that were built to crush you.
Hands about here.
Magneto was right.
Look, I'm Team Magneto. Every time I played the Last Stand DVD, I chose Brotherhood every time. And after all that happened, I doubled down on that choice. Humans gotta pay, and the price is baby hands. Speaking of which, I kind of hated Charles in this. Let me first say, I don't think what he did was necessarily wrong, but how he went about it was irresponsible. Homie put a little too much faith in his plans working out, and I can understand how some of the X-Men feel betrayed by him. I don't blame Rogue for jumping ship, especially after what she's been through. I hope they come back to this in season 2. Let me take a second to talk about the nigga Bastion real quick. He was a great villain in this, acting as the antithesis of the X-Men. I love a villain that can balance arrogance with menace. He holds all the cards and has everyone on a string, so yeah, of course he's arrogant. but he has the power and intellect to back it up, and that makes him unnerving. It also helps that we actively see him work towards his goal. He's not just stuck in his lab brooding all day. He was definitely one of the best parts of the show.
Poetic, isn't it? The inevitability of my vision. Even now, Professor Xavier must pave the path to my dream in order to honor his own. A dream as crippled as its dreamer, built to die.
But out of all the characters, the most notable thing they did was breathe new life into Cyclops. I didn't care for him in the OG show,
Yeah,
and
me
the
neither.
movies didn't help change that. They made him into such a prick. All he ever did was brood, complain, or talk about Genie. I kind of felt cheated after getting this version of him. You're telling me I could have been a Cyclops fan this whole time? When he said,
To me,
My X-Men.
Yep, that did it. I'm a fan. And between you and me, he did it better than Charles ever could. Just saying. I need more of this Cyclops in my life. Bring this nigga to the MCU.
Prepare for the mutant evolution. We'll be right back to X-Men on Disney XD.
XD had X-Men?
And now, X-Men.
I got Disney Plus. You've seen it? Bro, don't watch this. Jump out of here. We're already like balls deep in.
I've seen some complaints about the art style and animation. Personally, I liked it. It's definitely better than the original. I liked the colors. They were so vibrant, but not to the point that they were overwhelming. One of my favorite bits is when we traveled with Nightcrawler through his teleportation. That shit was so smooth. The pacing was pretty quick, but it never felt like it was going too fast. The writing was fine. It could be a little corny at times, and some things weren't explained that well, which I
Okay, but I
associate
like
with the pacing.
I like the
But
live.
still,
No,
none of
it's
this
fine, but I
ruined
got
my
you. I got
experience.
you.
Out of everything, the action
I don't think he's gonna
scenes were
say
the
anything
best
too
part
crazy,
for me.
but
They were all great, but episode 5 changed the game. That shit was crazy. My nigga Gambit stole the show, and Rogue put in work too. I always forget how strong she is. And there's so many more great action scenes. These niggas were not playing around. I haven't even
No,
mentioned
that's the thing for me. I keep forgetting. Is Rogue has superhuman strength, or she just takes it from someone else? Isn't she like her ultimate like? Isn't that literally her ability to absorb from other mutants? Isn't that her like her thing? I don't think she has like super, like her own actual powers like that, like built and presetted powers. Her powers is to take from others. That's pretty much what her thing was, isn't it? So I don't understand how she can have like super strength like that, unless she took it from someone else for a brief time. And I don't know if there's like, I'm pretty sure there's a time limit on these things. So
story yet. They really made you feel the hatred the humans have for mutants, and the fear the mutants have of just being around, just being alive. And the parallels to the real world helped add to the emotional moments. The fact that some of those Sentinel niggas were volunteers speak volumes. I would argue this is the best they've ever done tackling this subject. I know some people will cry woke, but as a black man who is also a ghost, I felt this shit.
That really hits me where I live.
Look out! Get ready for the time of your life! Get the mutant! It's awesome, explosive X-Men excitement on Fox. I'll destroy all the X-Men. You've got to see it to believe it. You're mine. So watch X-Men Excitement Explode this Saturday morning on Fox.
Begin the mutant's domination. Now back to X-Men on Disney XD.
wait, wait. I don't know if I was paying attention, but he said something about Morph wasn't in the movies. I don't think Morph was in the movies. He was in X-Men, in the old X-Men series. He was in the like first episode, I believe, and then he got taken or some shit.
This was so refreshing, not only for the X-Men brand, but for Marvel as a whole. I cannot tell you how disappointed I've been over the past few years. They used to drop classics.
Yeah, I think it became because of the toys. I could be wrong.
Now
Yeah,
they drop nothing.
I remember, right?
Trash shit.
After trash shit. After trash shit.
I've completely checked out of the movies.
The last one I saw was Guardians 3, and I saw that on Disney Plus. And the shows were no better, give or take a few. Though I had a great time with X-Men 97, I can't say this brought me back as a fan. I've been kicked in the dick one too many times. Fool me, can't get fooled again. Nevertheless, I would say this is a dub for Marvel. Though I'm still skeptical about their future, I enjoyed the show. It made me fall back in love with the X-Men and reintroduced me to a bunch of characters I overlooked or were ruined by the movies. But yeah, if you haven't seen it, it's available on Disney Plus and I highly recommend it. So far, it's looking like one of the best shows I've seen this year. But hey, you don't have to take my word for it.
Toys, and they were going to redo the old school Spider-Man from the 90s. Yeah. Yeah. I think they even changed the name, I think, and they made it to that one animated show that's out right now. I think. Let's see here. I'll do one more video of something and then we'll call it a night, even if I don't get this done in time. Just one more video of something. The hell? Let me see. I saw that already.
Hey, welcome back to the stash. Spider-Man is broken. Not in a way that makes for a compelling story. Not in a way that forces him to dig deep, push forward, and prove why he's the greatest hero of all time. No, this is different. This is a version of Peter Parker who feels aimless, defeated, and worst of all, passive. For 3 straight issues, Peter has done nothing. He sits, he sulks, he mopes, and while the story moves forward around him, it simply leaves him behind. And this isn't just a rough patch. This isn't just Peter struggling before bouncing back stronger than ever. No, this is Peter Parker now. A guy who is constantly losing, constantly doubting himself, constantly stuck in this pit of despair, issue after issue. And yet Marvel wants us to believe that this is a major story, a big moment in the Amazing Spider-Man's history. But what moment? What is the hook here? What is the point of all of this? Because when you strip away the forced melodrama, the sluggish pacing, and the complete mischaracterization of Peter Parker, what's left? What we have here isn't an epic, it isn't a triumph, it isn't even a tragedy, instead it's nothing. And with the way things are going, it's not hard to wonder, how much longer can this book keep breaking Spider-Man before there's nothing left to fix? Because at this point, it feels less like a story and more like a slow, drawn-out funeral for everything that made Peter Parker who he is. And the sad part is, that is one of many issues within this one comic book that we're taking a look at today. So join us as we go over The Amazing Spider-Man issue 67, The 8 Deaths of Spider-Man, Part 7. But first, ad time. Do you struggle to sleep? Do you too lay awake at night staring at the ceiling, questioning every life decision you've ever made? Are you like me, a raging insomniac fueled by reading comics for hours on end and an unhealthy attachment?
You know, I'm gonna lie, I don't like this. No, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is, I'm gonna lose. No, hold on. Oh, my head. Okay. What is it like animating for Netflix? I would love to hear this.
Brought to you by my
Now
drawing
this sounds
and animation
interesting.
courses over on Gumroad. So Witcher Sirens of the Deep just came out on Netflix, and I had the opportunity to work on it as a key animator. So I figured it might be fun to talk about that process, let you guys know what it's like to work as a Netflix animator, and just talk a little bit about the experience.
Your services are required.
Let's start by how I landed the project in the first place. It came from a series of things. You know, there's a few artists that I worked with in the past. A director by the name of Alex Snow saw my work on Instagram, and I got a project with him, and then he happened to be working with Studio Mir. So that kind of just got the ball rolling where, you know, I was putting my work out there, and then through that, I formed some connections and got some gigs. Almost all the projects that I've gotten in the animation industry have been from art directors reaching out to me on Instagram, so I highly suggest that you continually share your work. But let's talk about the project itself and sort of the process of how that goes. If you're unfamiliar with the animation pipeline, there's many steps from scripting, storyboarding, where the scenes are roughed out in small sketches that establish what the show or movie's going to look like. Then some productions will produce animatics, which are like moving
not just on
storyboards.
Instagram.
These tend to have
Usually
varying
it's-
degrees of animation
there's
to them,
always
but all the
Twitter.
drawings will generally be a bit more rough. From there, the shots are handed off to layout artists, who essentially take the boards and they produce like a finished frame, which can be used as a benchmark for the animators, so they know what the shot's going to look like. The files that the layout artists make are then handed off to the key animators in either like a Clip Studio file or a Photoshop file, and you just do your animation directly over that. Generally, when I work, my first pass is really loose and scribbly, and it's kind of a total mess. I like doing it this way because it allows me to focus on the character motion and not get too distracted by like anatomy or anything like that. Even perspective, like it's just, you can kind of just go in and try to establish the motion without getting too caught up in the details. Then from there, I'll do another pass, the tie-down pass, where I'm starting to establish some of the character shapes, the character details, and it's a little bit of a tighter pencil finish. I send that tie-down over to the director, get feedback, and then figure out what we need to do. And then from there, I would go and clean up the shot. So basically, once I got to the cleanup, then I tighten up those lines, add in the lighting. You don't need to clean up every single frame, and as a key animator, you're also not drawing in every frame. But a lot of times you'll have lighting on 1 or 2 frames, and then it'll be like a looser pencil sketch in between. So you'll see, if you're ever looking at compilations of key animation, a lot of times there'll be like this little flickering where either there'll be a blank or some of the frames won't have lighting in. That's just because of the nature of how it works, where it's like, hey, I'm not going to clean up every single frame. Because the pace is so quick, sometimes you have to just accept a shot where it's at, and you might have an idea of where you want to go with something, grand artistic vision, but then because of production schedules, you kind of just have to go and get the shot done. So there was a couple of times where I had something in mind that I really had to just dumb it down in order to get the shot done. The pace of animation can be pretty brisk. Over the course of 6 months, I ended up doing 55 shots. Some of those were relatively quick shots, but others were very complicated with a lot of effects and multiple characters. One of the shots was 4 or 5 mermaid characters swimming through this insanely complex perspective. And it got to a point where the camera zooms in really closely, and then all of them are emerging on the surface and jumping. And that shot took me like a month to finish because there was just so much going on. It was 10 seconds long. There was 4 or 5 characters.
10 seconds.
They're moving across this giant file that's exploding my computer. And also, all the bubbles and water effects was really intense to draw. But I felt like I got so much better by taking on that shot. One thing I encountered while working on this is that I hate animating water on the surface. It seems like it should be so simple, but because it's moving so slowly, a lot of the frames are really close to each other, and it made it such a hassle to animate. This project definitely pushed me to work on all of my effects animation, and even though it was a bit frustrating at times, I'm glad that I got that experience. But let's talk about the lifestyle and the work style of being an animator on a production like this. Everything, as I mentioned, is remote. So I'm working from home, and basically we're just communicating via Slack and sharing files back and forth. That can be a little lonely sometimes, working from home by yourself. So I think it's super important that you make sure you foster a good social environment around you. Get outside, do some exercise, stay healthy. It's so important to do all that, especially with a sedentary job like this where you're going to be sitting around. So I think it's so important to get outside, have some physical hobbies, see the sun every once in a while, and like take in reality, because you're going to spend so much time making up reality that you need to, actually go out and experience it a little bit. So I'm a huge advocate for doing some physical activity and keeping yourself sane. As far as salaries go for key animators, I can't go into too much specifics just because contractually I'm not allowed to do that. But I think it's no secret that animator salaries are not very high. Studio Mir was much kinder than a lot of other anime studios that I've interacted with. But I think it's really important as artists to develop multiple revenue streams. That's part of the reason I've got the YouTube, I've got my Gumroad where I do courses, I teach one-on-one lessons, and I'm also doing projects. So all those together add up to a comfortable living. If you're just working as an animator, it's going to be a lot harder to feel comfortable. Especially like I'm living in New York City, it's expensive. And so make sure you build up those avenues of income. As far as the skills that are required in order to animate on a production like this, obviously you got to be really comfortable with figure drawing. All the character models were super detailed and very like anatomical.
What did I say? Let's go. I say it all the time. You motherfuckers will be always causing. Why you always do it? Why don't you do a full drawing? Why the fuck would I do that? Most of you won't watch, and most of you will forget, and no one's gonna care. So what I do is figure drawing or gesture drawing half the time because it brings in people. They like the speed. It feels fast, and also it gets them want to go draw. If I draw a whole drawing and someone walks in and I'm doing like a whole piece of like, I don't know, Batman or something, or Gojo or Goku, and it's like near done, they're gonna be like, oh, it's nice, and leave because they're not gonna have any real inspiration to draw. They're just like, oh, someone who's better than me, and then walk out. But if I'm drawing something at the very beginning, I'm moving super fast. They're like, oh, snap, you can move that fast? Okay, I want to move that fast, so I'm going to pick up a pencil and do it too. See what I'm saying? Like, your teacher knows what he's talking about. Your teacher knows what he's doing. I'm a professional to a certain degree. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm talking about. Jesus Christ. Y'all want me to do some masterpiece for, like, no reason, and then it's, like, a waste of time. Most people are going to lose interest. Why would I do, like, a masterpiece for 5 people when I can do, like, a quick sketch for 200 plus who's gonna follow? You know what I'm saying? I say it all the time, your teacher knows what he's talking about. That's crazy. Jesus. It's so hard to get this through most students' heads. That's why they keep asking me. They ask me 2 stupid questions. It's not even really a stupid question. It's more of a curiosity question. It's more like, why do you draw women? Because women are attractive and most people like looking at a woman. 9 times out of 10, most people want to look at women. Even women want to look at other women, especially if they're attractive. They just don't like to admit it, but they like attractive people. You know what I'm saying? I would draw men, but most of you don't like men. Even if I draw them buff and all masculine and shit, you guys don't care for that. You know what I'm saying? The only time you guys ever respond to anything of my drawings is when it comes to women. So that tells me that controversy brings in people. As much as I don't want to all the time, it does bring in people. I have never brought in 300 or got 1,000 follows by drawing dudes. I have gotten 1,000 follows plus from just drawing faceless mannequin women. That's sad. It's a sad existence. I am very aware of that, but like, it is what it is. Why do you think so many girls go to OnlyFans? There's a reason why a lot of women go to OnlyFans. I'm not saying that's a good thing to do. I'm not saying to do that, and I don't think that's something you should do because you're going to ruin your future. But me drawing a faceless woman and you doing OnlyFans are 2 different things, but they're somehow on the same level. Somehow. And you try to draw men sometimes, and it just doesn't happen. Yeah, the most I seen recently was 30 people. That was a lot. I think it was 30. It was like 30. That was a lot. Like a lot. I'm dead serious. But when I was drawing women, you guys saw 300, 500. I think we had the most was 500 recently. Just drawing nameless women. I didn't even put on bikinis. I just made them faceless. And just like, they had no clothes on, but they was not naked either. They were just literally mannequins. And you saw how many people gone crazy for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's funny. I do the same thing when I drew, when I was working on the animatic for, what was it? It was, let's see, where is it? Fuck, where is it? Did I save it? Yeah, when I was doing the animatic here for, Venom, I did them pretty fast. And no one lost their shit. There was actually it was like Hulk or some crap. But like, other than that, no one, like, a lot of people didn't come in for this. A lot of people came for this. And like this. Oh, not this. This! And that was yesterday. So that tells you something. People like seeing women. Women like seeing women. Women like seeing attractive men, but not as much as like they see other women because they have to compare themselves like subconsciously to other women. Whether they know they're attractive or not, it does happen. Women do all the time. Shit. They won't admit it, but it's true. I mean, I don't know. I've seen them artists where they dedicate their pages to drawing buff men, like one had 300,000. Yeah, but that's probably someone who's a lot more experienced in it, or wait, what's their following, and also what do they do? Are they an animator? Do they work for a AAA title, or do they just do male drawings? Because when it comes to women, you can pull a lot of people just drawing women. Shit, you can just pulling a bunch of people by drawing women's head. They just draw male drawings. Well, that's probably something they just what do you call it? They specializes only in. I specialize in weapons, women, men, animals, cars. Well, no, I'm not gonna say cars. More like futuristic vehicles, like something you see in Dragon Ball, cyberpunk stuff. But most people come in for just the women. When they do ask for men, and I do draw them, and then they pay for them sometimes, some of them who actually care about that, do pay for it. I do draw, and I draw them like half naked or buffed and stuff like that, and they just don't stay. Personally, I feel like girls gravitate towards male drawings. Like, have you seen some of the fan art? That's fan art. I'm talking about nameless, faceless individuals. So if I'm drawing like Gojo, which I've done thousands of times, it doesn't bring as much as someone is bringing like what's her name? Riza from like Fairy Tail. Even if it's a fan art or a sketch, I can bring more people in with a sketch compared to like a full-fledged drawing. So yeah.
Accurate. So it takes a lot of knowledge about all that stuff, and you want to just get really, really comfortable with figure drawing. Generally speaking, most of the feedback wasn't about the motions usually.
I think the most I had live streaming drawing just women is when my computer died. It was not working, so I had to draw everything on pen. And when I drew everything on pen, we had, I think, 11,000 people watching. I think it was two things. It was like, because I was drawing in pen, that made it a lot more amazing, and I did it fast with the pen. I did make mistakes, but then again, it was not as noticeable for most people. I think that was part of it. So it kind of kills that like rumor of like, oh, he's using digital, so therefore there must be his settings is making him draw very well, or some stupid crap like that, or some nonsense like that. Most guys will lock in for women, but there is a lot of women who ask me, can you just draw women? I remember I did even body types. I drew muscular women, chubby women, and just lean women and petite women. The one thing I don't draw when it comes to females or males, I don't draw lolly characters. That's one thing I do not draw. I don't draw lolly, so don't bother. I will not draw no lolly shit. I don't do that. That's not my thing. I'm not into that, and I'm not going to do it. Even if you pay me, I'm not doing it. It's too much headache to deal with. Not because it's not hard to draw, it just brings too much problems.
Yes, I agree.
Socially. So no, I don't draw lolly, don't bother, and I don't draw femboys either. Not doing that either. Why draw a femboy when I can draw a woman? It's just a LARPing man trying to be a woman anyway. So like, might as well just draw a woman.
For the most part, it was just about character model stuff and staying on model, which is why it's so important to practice those drawing fundamentals and make sure that
lives, you gotta start with the drawing half
over and over again in different angles. Some of the ways you can get better at this is obviously just doing any sort of figure drawing class, go to life drawing. Sometimes I also like to sketch with a 3D model because then you get used
This is something that I remember they was asking Ross Draws Prokopinko. I think it was Prokopinko who was asking the questions. He was asking a question to a bunch of like famous YouTubers, influencers at some convention, and asked them if they were to start over, what was the number one thing that they will work on? And all of them said the same damn thing. Majority of them, like 90% of them, said the same thing: figure drawing, gesture drawing. Figure drawing or gesture drawing? Figure drawing, gesture drawing. Figure drawing, gesture drawing. It's one of those two things. Is everybody that said anything but that? I think the only one or two said something about color theory, but other than that, they said figure drawing, gesture drawing. If they can go back, they'll do it all over again. They said they would put too much work into being accurate in anime. They said it's all about flow and getting that humanistic feel when drawing something. So, is the steak and potatoes an illustration for people? Yeah.
Drawing the figure at multiple angles. And quick little plug, I also have a figure drawing course that I think is really good that will teach you a lot of different ways
Do that
of drawing
plug, bro.
and hopefully push
Drop
your
that
drawing skills
plug.
to the next level. I've got so many courses on drawing and animation that have helped a lot of artists break into the industry. These courses are over on my Gumroad page, and they cover everything from figure drawing, perspective, animation basics, to layout and storyboarding. At the moment, everything is 40% off when you use the offer code
it's Modern
DESIGN
Day
at checkout.
I'm so stupid. I just realized who this is. This is Modern Day James. I forgot about him. I haven't watched him in such a long time. I know his voice sounds familiar, but I can't pin where he's from. Like, I feel I know him. I was like, oh shit, it's Modern Day James. I know this dude. Now I recognize his face and his voice. I was like, oh, I used to watch him back in the day. He used to be. He's very technical when explaining. I think he tends to over-explain, but that's not bad because it's better to get as much information than none. But he does over-explain a little too hard. But then again, if that's something that's you're into, go ahead. That's perfectly fine. I will recommend anyone who's an artist to watch his videos. You will have to probably pause it a few times watching his videos when he's trying to show something, because he's not really technically showing himself drawing it, but he shows like a time lapse of stuff. So like he shows a time lapse of the subject at hand and he explains it, kind of like what Mark Bennett does to a certain degree, but he's a lot more to the point. He doesn't try to like play games or anything. He just gets to the point, like how he's explaining. So yeah, this is kind of cool that I just realized who this was. I was like, oh, it's Modern Day James. For those who don't know, his name is Modern Day James. So yeah.
Overall, this was an amazing experience, and it's so cool to see it come to fruition and just how amazing every shot looks. All the artists did such a good job. Some of the scenes in there are absolutely crazy. And it's just a real privilege to be able to work on a project like this and then to be a part of it and experience working with such amazing artists. Huge shout outs to Studio Mir, Studio IM, and Netflix for having me on this project. And I hope you all enjoy what we've made. Thanks, guys.
Okay, I'm pretty much done at this point. I'm not going to go any more further than I am right now. I promised I was going to stop. Alright, so I'm pretty much done at this point. I hope you guys enjoyed this today. We might do this tomorrow again. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be on tomorrow, but we'll see if I am. But I hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you so much for coming in. This was fun. I'll clean this up later. But we did a lot of drawing. We did a lot of... Let me grab her in the corner. I want to actually look if I did clean this up. This will be a nice shot, I think. I think she should have been more turned in, just like Bulma here. I think she's a little bit too... I think she should look the opposite direction as Bulma. But it's a little... meh. It feels kind of like forced. I would probably change the head positioning. Probably the whole thing, just the whole body completely on her side. Or something like that, looking the opposite direction like Bulma. But that was fun actually drawing that. Or whatever. So let's see. Let's see here. Like that. There we go. We get to see a little bit of that before we go. Let's see. Go. Okay. It was an interesting day today. Alright. So for those who want to know, if you want your voice to be heard on the next live, remember to send a heart me so you get permanent talking points. So you get to talk and all that stuff. thing running? Cool. And then let's go over here. What's this one? Oh, I know. Did we show this one? I'm not sure. I don't remember. So much, but it's better than nothing. Fumes and we make it through the night.
Oh, I'm on fire. There's a burning in my bones and in my eyes. These dreams are taking hold. It just needs
Cool. Okay. Alright, so with that said, alright guys. Alright, jump out of here, you guys. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a great night. I don't know if I'm going to be on tomorrow. If I'm on, I'm on. If I'm not, I'm not. Tomorrow we'll be doing reactions, so we're going to be doing mainly reactions, no music. I don't think so. So with that said, have a great night. I know what's going to be the goal for tomorrow on what I'm going to be drawing, but we will be still focusing on getting more team members. The more team members, the better the stream. Great stuff. So if you want to be a team member, please send 1 coin as a heart me, and then you become part of the team. That's it. So with that said, later guys, and also you get talking rights. So there's that. So later guys, have a great night. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it, last one of you, and all that great stuff. Alright, I'm out. Bye bye guys. Do 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 do.